Leave them there? Okay.
I'm just going to leave them there. I'll explain.
Sure. You want to come up here?
Uh-huh.
That's okay.
Okay. We're going to get started shortly. I just stepped out and I overheard there's something that we've been looking at for quite some time. And we have to remember who we are. Anishinaabe, that's who we are. And we all work with spirit. And that's where everything comes from, everything we do. And they'll guide us, those spirits will guide us along the way. But there's something we have to start doing now. We got to start making changes. That's across Turtle Island as well. Those of you that don't know me, my name's Richard Stenaway, and I'm Keon Kut Ndegu. I'm from Manito Minising, Wikwamakong Reserve. And I'm the head elder for the Anishinaabe Nation, chosen to sit there. The one that sat there one time, the late Gordon Shikaba, passed that on to me before he passed. Asked me to help him, to help the leadership. But I always say this, there's no one, including me, nobody can ever fill his moccasins, but I can fill his seat. I can do that. So he gave me a lot of instructions over the years, all those years I sat with him, ceremonies. I learned a lot from him, I helped him out. And I've been working on a lot of stuff to move forward, to make changes to our ways of life. So one of the things is this. It's going to start here. It's going to start in your communities as well, your gatherings, your powwows. And what we're going to be doing here, you see these flags? They're going to stay there. We're not going to bring them in. We have to stop that now. Because if you go back and learn about the history, the flags come from the Jaganash settlers. They used those flags to kill our people. They carried them. Now we're doing it. We're honoring the flag that they carry. That's Canada flag as well. Don't bring it in the powwow. Because look what they're doing. Look what they're doing to their lands, our treaties even. They're not listening. So why should we do that? Miminik, so that's enough now. We have our own flags, and they're standing right here. 2 of them. That's our true flags. That's Anishinaabe. That's what we're going to dance into. We're going to bring these ones in to show us the way, to guide us. And if you went online and saw it on a video, you'll see that. And it just happened not too long ago in South Dakota. The cavalry flag at Grand Entry, did you see what they did to that flag? They brought that flag in like that, and the dancers dragged it on the floor as they were doing Grand Entry, and they dropped it. That's enough. Nimnik. So from here on now, we're not going to bring these in. No more. These ones. So all the leadership that are here from your own communities, it's time to bring your flags here, your eagle staffs. And one day, my biggest, dream, I guess you can call it too, like how we started off this morning. Picture this. The Anishinaabe Nation represent 39 First Nations. And if we ever saw 39 eagle staffs in here, it'd be amazing what you will feel and see and we get out of that when we all come together like that. So we need to start bringing them at these gatherings, or assemblies, more and more. And why it's important? Because I always say this, we have to start lining up the stars. We have to start lining them up. And what I mean by that is sometimes that Eagle staff is over there. Your bundle's over there. Your gifts are off to the side. Time to bring them out. Line them up with the rest. That's where it is. Anything we need to do, they'll guide us through. And we started off this morning with that ceremony. So I just wanted to say that about these ones. We'll just leave them there. Just let them stay. But when we get started, we'll get ready. We'll get the Eagle staff out there. We're going to go in from that door. We'll be coming in. And they'll come right here and right there. And after the grand entry, then we're going to do the Three Fires flag song. And Chop is going to help the drummers sing that song. He'll explain it. That we need to start singing that song in these gatherings. That's our flags. That's our Eagle staffs. Then the veteran song after that. And then I'll do the opening remarks as well. And Jim Miscourt will do the Godwali Gazit Nishnave. So let's get ready. Mia.
So behind the Eagle staff, the Getzit has asked all the leadership to join behind the Eagle staff coming in that door over there. The elders as well, and our council. And our regional chiefs as well. You're gonna. let me know when they're ready to go in the back. Or do you want me to go? Aha, miigwet.
Awojo, Nisinabe. Minokisha good. Could I mind going to go? Mind going to them. How me goes to get me much dying, Mumpy. Get me noa, Bishomstananik, Mabage. What you're about to hear is one of the songs that were given to Nisinabe in our territory. The song is was given to us by Sheikh Gaba to make sure that we use in this ceremony specifically as we bring unity within our communities. This song belongs to you. Jim. Jim, how are you, Shide? Wait.
So I'll do the opening then first, and Jim can do the okay. Miigwech, singers, for singing. Miigwech. Eagle Staff Carriers, Miigwech not to go, Gemak Alak, Miigwech didn't get Zichik. Beautiful to see that. So, before we post them, I gotta do a little opening remarks here. I'm looking forward to this. It's been exactly 365 days, you can say, from 1 year ago when the leadership met here in a different location. At that time, they were addressing things, where they're at, what they're working on, what their struggles are at the time. Even with the government, political part of it all, in their communities, all the struggles that they brought up on the table to discuss what to do and how to do things. So it's been 1 year now. We're going to be hearing a lot from their leadership, where they're at, what they come to share with us. We're all come here to listen. I'm gonna listen as well to hear where they're at. We're gonna feel it. Some we may not like what we're hearing, but this is something we all have to do, in order to move forward. And I'm very thankful seeing everyone here. I know there's a lot of them that aren't here with us. They're at home for a reason, but we're all guided through here by Minito to bring us here safe. And I like to say this, don't forget, the leadership that are here, when you get a chance to speak, we have a gigatoatic over here, a talking stick. You'll be using that when you share. Make sure you pass it on to a speaker, because you need to speak with that. Because everything we're doing now, we have to be transparent. Let people know. If you don't know it, share it. If you do know it, that's awesome. But be transparent. So when you hold that gigatoatic or that pipe in your hand, you're going to speak the truth. That's that one of the gifts, that we were born with. Use it. Use it well. I know we got lots to cover. I know we're here starting our day now from this morning at sunrise ceremony. I'd like to thank the leadership that were there, that started it for us. Because this assembly starts at the stake of fire. That's where everything begins. Those ones that were there this morning, Miigwech, and those ones that couldn't make it because late arrivals, running late too, that's okay. They're still tomorrow sunrise. Leadership that are here, partake, come. Bring your wiko nest too. Bring your bonnets and wear them in that sunrise ceremony. And they'll communicate with you. But like I said, we're going to hear quite a bit. I'll be sharing here and there too, whenever. But the only way it is going to work is that's in our preamble. I'm going to hand it over to Jim. He's going to talk about the preamble, where we begin. And it talks about all one family. That's unity. Right now we're struggling with unity in our communities across Turtle Island. People say unity when there's Eagle Staff gatherings. No, we're not even close to that yet. Why? Because we're still fighting each other. We have something against each other. Eagle Staff carriers have something against each other. That's not unity. Unity is, the only way to get to unity is we all have to lower our differences. We have to lower our differences and come together as one. That's unity. And that's the only way it's going to work. Mamwe. Everyone come in one. Nobody's higher than the other, and nobody's lower, and nobody falls behind. We got to stick together and do this in order to be strong. Because I know this for a fact. that way back in time in the history, our leaders, our ancestors way back in those days, they were giants, they were tall, they were strong. The Jagannaths were down here. They knew what to do. What happened? That flipped. Now the Jagannaths are up here and we're down here. And that's the way they treat us still. We need to start rising. We need to start rising and start using your gifts. Start doing those ceremonies. Start picking up your drum. Start picking up your bundles. And that's what I talked about this morning here. Miminik, that's enough of that. It's time to bring our ways in here when we gather. Bring your wee coolness too, your bonnet when you come in. So I'd like to say thank you for everybody that's here. We'll be guided through, but at the same time, I'll share this. I'll end this with this. Someone here, or some of you here, or all of us, pay attention. Because what's going to happen is we're all come here to fast. We're fasting here. And when we fast, you're going to have a dream. You're going to have a visitor during your sleep throughout your stay here for the next 3 nights, 2 nights. Pay attention. And you'll be shown something. Even from the fire. We're fasting here in a totally different way. You're also fasting for your families at home. Your children are fasting too. Your grandchildren, your wives, your partners, they're fasting for you too. People on the streets in Schnabek that are struggling with addictions, they're fasting on the street. They're going to dream of something. They're going to dream spirit. The ones that are incarcerated, they'll dream in there too. We need to pay attention to them and guide them to help them understand those dreams. And once people understand those dreams and start making connections, you're going to start lining up those stars spiritually, and you'll be guided through. So with that, Migach, I got more to share, but later, Migach, I'll pass it over to Jim.
Bonjour, Anin. Chimigach, Kagi Gobi Shag, Kino Gominikan Shag Omo. Zio Kagi one Shag. Me go san go or and go. Chugoma Chugo Gishtatman Omonunkum. Me go and Sigi Shika, we go mat kamagak. Me go to Shwa and go Chugo Match Saxo Dio to go. Ukimag Nunkum. Gabia ok omonunkum. That the next few days here be that of a good meeting. And that's what we call meeting, kishktatian. When the leadership get together, we call it zaksotian. That's when they smoke their pipes, what they did this morning. That's the translation for when the leadership get together, zaksotian. You know, they say, leadership, when you're voted in as a spokesperson for your people. My dad used to say, "Me go watch ki go patience, guy go yach our go shame do." You're that much closer to the Creator because the people put you there to work for the community. The people that look forward to a strong leadership to do well for our communities and the people that we serve in our communities. What I'm about to read here is a preamble, and it should be in your kits, One Family. And it was made through the Naknige Anishinaabe Constitution adopted by the Anishinaabe Grand Council, June 6th of 2012. And here it says, Nako went to such Anishinaabe. En sebesh kan nishnabwe. In the Shnabweg. One in the Schnabe family. The bench gate. His son and the Schnabe a king. Gebit gone. God the name in the door. What this one? Scotten nebe a ke. Ginoten. Gebit go to's nan. We nakoten wen mang. Man the puish could them me kang. The bench get give me nan. Get store when they go. And the snab and one negad don't dungeon. Ninta ni jos wit kino matun. Sagi twin debwe when menato man dent moon. The walk out and the bent this one. We got this one. Me no arcade you win. The bench get kino magunan to be when we nag doing doing. Kino matina gabi shwe big me no nago. Me go shwe book me no ya be wani shwe book. Me yotish. That's the preamble here. Miss Gomineke we go kityan. Giashoin mitkendigyo. Awashkish dotem. Being stobik sagging it onji. My name is, I go by Jim Mishkort from the Rocky Bay First Nation. And I come from the Deer Clan. And it's a pleasure and honor to have you all here. Me go sand go when I go to go mat come get nungum. When I go ga geek dig. Me go sand go when I go to go manat more nan go minikan shake umo. When I go to go mat come get. Mr. Gomineke we go kit yan nungum. I also would like to say Chimiquetch for being here in the traditional territory of the Fort William First Nation, and also for our good friends here from the Red Rock Indian Band, Lake Helen First Nation, for being the host community here. We say Chimiquetch. Miss Gomineke, we go kityan. Mia. I better let go of the stocking stick, otherwise I won't be quiet. Miss Gomineke, we go kityan. Mia. I'd like to, at this time here, invite the chief from the Red Rock Indian Band, Chief Alan Odawa. Let's give him a round of applause.
Morning, everybody. Welcome. Thanks to Chief Michelle for letting us do this in their territory. I didn't know I was supposed to say anything today, but welcome everybody. Hope everybody had a good sleep last night and safe travels coming in. I know we're going to do a lot of talking over the next three days here, so hope it's all going to be positive and everybody have a good meeting. And thanks for everybody who could show up today.
Minogajep, everyone. Gamokit Nago. My name is Brendan Houston. I serve as the Executive Director for the Anishinaabeg Nation. I'm a proud member of Nipissing First Nation. So glad to be here with you today. And I want to begin by saying miigwech to all of our leadership here today, the Grand Council, our knowledge keepers, and our members from across our 39 nations, as well as our staff here who are joining us for the next few days. And a special miigwech to Red Rock Indian Band for hosting us this year for our June Assembly. I'd like to also acknowledge our drummers and the singers that helped guide us through the opening and will help guide us throughout the following few days, beginning with the GOPS Gitchida singers and the youth drum, represented by AJ Nayan Okizik, Siler Sarazin, Joshua James, Forster Nyman, Daniel LaBelle, Mason Netamagizik, and Logan Bacchus. Miigwech for our youth who have helped carry these songs forward for us. Also, miigwech to Grace Morriso Penguish for organizing and supporting the youth drum and creating space for their learning and participation in this forum with us. I also want to acknowledge the Ojibwe Alliance drum, represented by Simon Slipperjack, Chris Misidtegwagijik, Alden Beaver, Orville Counselor, and David Wilkinson Samard. Miigwech for guiding us through our ceremonies and for being here with us the next few days. And miigwech to our elders and for the opening from our Elder Richard Sinaway, Chop Wandubens, Gets It, Jim Mishkwart, representing or helping guide us through our assembly hosted here by Red Rock Indian Band. I also want to acknowledge the Sweat Lodge and ceremonial preparations that occurred last night. For those that were able to attend, miigwech to Chief Michelle Solomon, Paul Francis for helping arrange and prepare the lodge, providing the space for us to do this. Morris Shopwagijik, the lodge keeper, and Lee Medicine, the fire keeper, the Shkabewis that helped throughout the ceremony last night. I've never had a more restful sleep in my life, and miigwech to those that made that possible last night. And miigwech to Rhonda Cucci, who in all her work in supporting these ceremonies and making sure everyone is cared for throughout each of these events. Chiefs, I just want to also share a little bit about our focus and intent for this year's assembly. We feel that the assembly this year reflects what we have heard from you over the last little while. We've created space, as you will see in the agenda, more space for you to speak, to share your experiences, your solutions with one another, more time for us to collectively think together about solutions, about how we align and move forward, and more space for us to collectively lead together. It's a significant change from what we are used to, and I hope that you feel and see that throughout the next few days. It's intentionally designed to create space for dialogue, but also, more importantly, the strategy. Well, there are fulsome updates, as you would have already received, or you've been used to receiving in prior assemblies. These updates from our departments are in your kits and packages, but you won't see so much of the departmental updates on the agenda itself. However, all of our leadership in our organization, our directors, and many of our staff are here with us. Please flag myself or others within our team if you'd like to chat a little bit more about what's included in your kits. But intentionally, we wanted to reserve more space on the agenda for leadership discussion, resolutions, and strategy. You'll notice that we've shifted in a special miigwech to our leadership, our Grand Chief, our Deputy, our Political Office with Todd Lewis and Matthew Hopp, who helped spearhead a very different approach in our agenda, which you'll see is reflected into a number of different segments, local, regional, and national. The purpose is to ensure that we remain focused in those respective areas, that we better align our priorities in those areas, and help prepare you as leaders for the upcoming forums, with whether that be Chiefs of Ontario, the Assembly of First Nations, the First Ministers meeting in the fall. What we ask of you over the next few days, and we hope you see yourselves as active leaders in these spaces, but to help us by shaping that direction, raising the priorities from your nations, the solutions that you've experienced, that you've brought to life in your nations, challenge the thinking of our staff, of our leadership where needed, and help define our mandates through a very critical period. We hope there's enough time as well. We've created a lot of space for emerging issues that may not be reflected on the agenda and other strategic discussion that may occur, whether that's in regional caucus meetings or outside of the Assembly itself. We know it's an important time to refine these mandates, given we're operating in a time of rapid change. There's shifts in the federal government's approach, cost pressures. We know that there's a renewed focus, both provincially and federally, on economic diversification. And we know that there's unclear planning as it relates to the upcoming First Ministers meeting. And we're hearing concerns that sometimes our focus is a little bit too program-driven and not enough nation-to-nation or nation-driven content. So we hope that through this, we align first amongst ourselves, we speak together, and we strengthen our collective voice in those future forums. What I've learned over the last year in undertaking this role is the most critical element for our organization, and I think we can agree this is through time, is that unity among us. In structuring your assembly in this manner, we hope to reinforce and in some cases rebuild that unity through our dialogue, through respect for one another and our sometimes very different approaches, but more importantly, identifying common goals in that collective voice, ensuring we are all aligned. To support this new approach, we've selected co-chairs with some strong experience in facilitation, governance, and consensus building. Their role over the next few days is to help guide your discussion, keep us focused, and help move towards clear outcomes that we can leave here in action with. So with that, I'm going to introduce our co-chairs, starting with Charlotte Commanda. Charlotte Commanda, who will be familiar, helped co-chair the Fall Assembly, is a citizen of Serpent River First Nation and currently resides in Ondeck-Amnikoning. She currently serves as the Director of Operations for Shigwenda First Nation. Prior to this role, Charlotte was the Chief of Staff at the Assembly of First Nations. She had transitioned to AFN after serving as Chief of Staff in the political office at the Chiefs of Ontario. Her experience is grounded in finance, governance, and First Nation administration. She's deeply committed to helping First Nations build capacity, strengthen governance, and create sustainable futures for the next 7 generations. Miigwech, Charlotte, for your support and for coming back and helping us out again with our June Assembly here in 2026. And to my immediate right here, we have Matthew Cauchene. Matthew has over 25 years of experience facilitating and chairing First Nations governments and organization conversations at the local, regional, and national level on a variety of topics. I'm sure many of you are familiar with Matthew. I've certainly seen him throughout my tenure. Matthew is an expert in process design and implementation and working on consensus building from a strengths-based perspective. Matthew is a co-founder and president of Hunter Cauchene Group, and he is a member of Saugeen First Nation in Manitoba. Welcome, Matthew. Chiefs, with that, I call for a motion to accept Charlotte Commanda and Matthew Cauchene as the co-chairs for the 2026 Anishinaabeg Nation Grand Council Assembly. So moved by Chief Joe Muskokumon, seconded by, I think I got Chief Steve, Sherry Crowley, okay. Amjinong First Nation proxy. Miigwech. All those in favor? Awesome, carried. Miigwech, Chiefs, and I now turn it over to our well-equipped co-chairs here to lead you through the next few days. Create some space for you here.
Aniwojo, Mino Gishagokwe, Dishnakaz, Ondeck-Amnikoning Donji. Megaze Don Megaze is my totem. For those of you that don't know me, and there's not too many in the room that don't, but those of you that don't know me, it has been a pleasure to come and chair for the Anishinaabeg Nation. Again, it feels like coming home to family for those of you that have been around, and I want to just say that it feels good to come back home and to be with all of you. For the opening remarks with regards to the next steps, we do have a review of the agenda and an acceptance of the agenda. So I'd like to ask, in terms of the changes that are happening, we are looking for a reminder to the chiefs for everyone to sign in both in the morning and in the afternoon. We also have a hard copy of the kits that are structured to follow the agenda. The resolutions are after tab 1, and the associated briefings are behind that. The departments, we're going to be calling on them, so the department heads, we're asking you to be on standby. And where we're doing the updates and affiliates, you'll see all of those in your packages as well. Mocknagon is going to be at the end, and as you can see, Matthew and I have decided that we're going to facilitate and rotate the chair as we're going forward. I guess the next steps and protocol will be to accept the agenda. Do I have a mover and a seconder to accept the agenda? Moved by Sherry Crowley and seconded by Chief Prissett. All in favor? Carried. How miigwech. I also have a special announcement to everyone tonight. Just a gentle reminder that we have the drum social tonight, and it'll be from 6 till 8 p.m. There'll be food and prizes. Please come and join us as we celebrate and spend some time together, get to know one another again and catch up with our family. And I know that we have, also there's another meeting that's happening at the same time with the social department. And I know that there is, that meeting will be, I was told it's going to be at 5 o'clock. If there's any other announcements, please go ahead and bring them up and we'll share those as we're going forward. But I'm going to hand it over now to my co-chair, Matthew Miigwech.
Bonjour, Annie. Matthew Kershane, Dishnakaz. Bonjour tout le monde. Mon nom est Mathieu Kershane. My name is Matthew Kershane. Thank you for having me for co-chairing the event. I do have one agenda item I want to go through, and everyone has a copy of the rules of procedure, which are in your kit. I would like to get a motion for acceptance of the rules of procedure for our assembly today. Anyone wish to move our rules of procedure? Thank you, Sherry. Seconder? Thank you. I might ask if we can, just a couple of procedures, just like, I think you have to hold down the button, and when you hold down the button, hello? And then you should be able to speak. And when you let it go, so let's test it. Hello? Hey. Our seconder, we'll test the mic too as well.
Kathy Stevens, Nipissing Nation.
Oh, yeah, you have to hold it down. We'll practice. Try again.
Kathy Stevens, Nipissing Nation.
Hey, it's also because we have some chiefs who are online, and if you're not at the microphone, they'll have no way of hearing us. So, just in terms of our procedures, we'll have to be a little more. We'll have to be disciplined around using the microphone, seeing we are a virtual meeting. Just making sure I have all my announcements. Reminder: there's also there's some online kit. There's some booths outside of our hall here. You'll notice there's some community booths highlighting community. There's some swag, craft vendors, other information booths are also out there. So please do visit those information booths as we go along through the agenda. At this point, I would like to move to our welcome and assembly overview and invite the Grand Council Chief Linda de Bassiguige, or de Bassige, as on dit en français, de Bassiguige for some opening remarks.
Miigwech Mathieu. Mano que je pas good Kinawea, Wasea Vendigo, Chiging Donji, Nishnabek Dao. My English name is Linda Lou Dabasige, and I come from Chiging First Nation. I want to acknowledge our bundle, our Eagle staffs, our sacred items, our elders, our Nation Council members, our citizens who are joining us, and of course to our leadership here in person and to our leaders online. I see Chief Donna Big Canoe, Chief Patsy Corbier, Chief Brent Niganabi, and Chief Shane Tababadung. So they're joining us virtually. Here we are a year later from our last Grand Council in London, and to be honest, I think for all of us, it feels like it was just a few days ago. It's been incredibly busy. It's been incredibly challenging at times, but also in between all of those things, there are many celebrations that we have had in many of our communities. As Brendan, our executive director, shared, we are changing up the agenda quite a bit from what we were used to. And this is as a result of, hearing from our, hang on one second. Can you take this off? It's too small. I feel too tall. We changed up the format as a result of listening to our leadership. Our leadership have expressed in all regions more of an opportunity to have discussions at the assembly versus listening to a lot of reports, and also recognizing the reports are good, but the acknowledgement that many of these reports happened at our regional sessions leading up to the Grand Council. So we also wanted to create a space for our leadership to be able to have that dialogue that at times we hear didn't happen enough, or wasn't enough time, or our leadership feeling that there wasn't an opportunity to do so. So similarly, how we shared in our sunrise ceremony this morning, where our meeting started, is having that space to talk. And as Getset has said, and he shared this morning in Sunrise, he's also here to listen to our leadership. And that's important for our team at Anishinaabeg Nation as well, to hear directly from our leaders, to hear about that, hear that direction, hear about that strength and unity, and an opportunity to become stronger together. Now, in the last year, a lot of things have happened. As we recall, in London, Ontario, the provincial minister of Indigenous Affairs, Greg Rickford, attended. And at that time, we had a strategy session amongst our leadership. And we all agreed, we all came to consensus as to what that strategy was going to be. And it worked. Not too long after that, as requested for by the chiefs in our strategic planning, to have a direct conversation with the Premier of Ontario. And that happened. The other request was to ensure that other ministers of different ministries are available to our nations upon request. That has been happening for some communities who have requested. And for Minister Rickford to come back, perhaps with a better message than the last time. A message to share respectfully with our leadership, but also to understand the frustrations that our leadership have today. We're also going to hear from our Ontario Regional Chief later on today. We are going to hear from Minister Alty, the Crown Indigenous Minister for Canada, and Minister Mandy Gull-Masti will also be joining us. And for Minister Alty, she has a short amount of time to attend virtually. However, she has made the commitment to come again to our assembly to ensure that leadership have the opportunity to have more time with her. So she's made that commitment. Minister Rickford from the province will be here tomorrow, and we have ensured that he is here and have the ability to meet directly with our communities as well, one-on-one. Similarly with Minister Mandy Galmasti, she will be here on our last day, providing a short address to our assembly, and then proceeding to have the one-on-ones with our communities. And that's what we've heard from our nations, to help our nations open that door and be able to have those direct conversations. But that doesn't mean there aren't any opportunities for us to be united on common issues, on common opportunities. Last year, we received a resolution to advocate for we received a mandate to advocate and to address residential school denialism. Very strong mandate. We've always had a strong mandate in this assembly over many, many years. Supporting our survivors, standing with our survivors, supporting families. And we worked on that. We've been advocating. And a couple of weeks back, I was invited to the Senate to look at an opportunity for a space in Bill C-9 to add Indian residential school denialism as a criminal offense. I was told that there's probably no chance in that happening, but good luck. And I said, you know what, our survivors, our caring communities have been doing many, many ceremonies. We've been doing ceremonies. You know, we're receiving guidance and direction. I said, a small chance is still a chance, and we're gonna go. Yesterday at the Senate committee, they passed an amendment to include Indian residential school denialism as a form of hate, as a hate crime, to be included in the Criminal Code of Canada. This is the strength and the power and unity that we have collectively to be able to take that common mandate and help advance it on behalf of our nations, on behalf of our citizens. And while that's one step in the Senate, it's still a significant step. The next step is to go to the full committee and for that to be approved. And similarly with Bill S2, we may ask for that call for you or members of our communities to come and fill up that Senate again, to show that strength in numbers that we demonstrated during the S2 Senate hearings, and to continue to show up and be present, because I've learned that actually is more impactful than virtual attendance to these hearings. And I do know that some of us can't travel, but that is something that I learned that I want to make sure I pass on to you. That is important to be in those spaces. So as that progresses, we see some of the stall tactics that we're seeing with Bill S2. The Senate approved many of the amendments that the Anishinaabe Nation championed as a collective. And despite being ordered by a court, Canada is now delaying that bill into the fall, is what I'm being told. So we'll continue on with the push and advocacy for that. Canada, similarly in the Senate yesterday, were attempting to weaponize duty to consult. And they seem to do that when it's convenient to them. But we saw through Bill C-5 not too long ago, one of the fastest pieces of legislation that has ever been through the House of Commons, the Senate back in royal assent, almost in history. But not one time did they talk about duty to consult. And yet we continue to find ourselves in those spaces. Over the last several days, there's been an international tribunal in Montreal, and a court of 7 judges has found that Canada is still continuing to promote genocide to our peoples today. And I believe that that is important for us to always understand that no matter who is in government, the crown will always be the crown, and they're going to continue to do what they've always been trying to do since government was formed, to get rid of our people. But that hasn't worked. So now we believe we owe a duty and responsibility to our nations to continue to advance that yardstick. But learning from last year's assembly and the strategy that we were deploying there, we have to do it strategically. We can have tough conversations in a professional way. And we always have to give them something that they're not expecting. But we also cannot fall into the stereotype of being so upset and angry that, oh, they're just a bunch of mad First Nations people. Let's not listen to them. They're just going to keep doing the same thing over. We have to be different. We have to be strategic. And we can, because our nations are strong collectively. We're seeing that in all the judicial decisions that are being made. You know, the strength of the Robinson Huron treaties, our Robin Superior Nations, who we are with together today in this beautiful country. And you know, there's ways to work with that, but doing that in a space of unity. One interesting point in the Senate committee hearing yesterday is one of the senators referenced AFN and said, I'm a senator from Alberta, and Alberta doesn't always agree with the AFN, so I can't support this. So they're using our own lack of unity at times against us to potentially delay legislation that actually might be good for us, maybe, but to delay a lot of things. And the other piece that I've been noticing why I'm really stressing unity, our collective unity is very powerful within the Anishinaabe Nation and through the Chiefs of Ontario, and then being able to address things at the Assembly of First Nations. But what I'm seeing in these committees, both in the House of Commons, the Senate, they are relying heavily on the Assembly of First Nations. And when we know we go to those meetings, we might get a minute or two at the mic. Resolutions are already being crafted by the staff. And where are we going? So this meeting really today is about our local priorities, dialoguing on those. We will get through the resolutions as a point of business, get that work done, and let's start talking about that strategic direction. Before all of the ministers come, we have created space in the agenda to have a strategy session for those ministers and their attendances, similar to what we did last year. And at that time, we won't be live broadcasting, but we will continue to keep our nations and their citizens who are joining us online, the ones that are registered. And of course, our nations can remain in the room as well. It's just not something we're going to be live streaming. Going into tomorrow, we are going to have a closed session, and this is where we're going to talk about some strategies based on existing resolutions. We are going to be sharing the topics that we are going to be talking about, as they are very important. But they're also strategies that are not intended to be live streamed. So that is the reason for that closed session, is to have that space to talk about some very controversial items that are impacting our nations. And then we are going to have a facilitated conversation supported by one of our chiefs, Chief Joe Muskokamon. He's also our Southwest Regional Chief, to have a conversation about the First Minister's meeting. A very important meeting that's being scheduled, and the concerns that we've been hearing is that what the AFN is coordinating is too program-based. So we want to have a conversation about that together with our nations so that we can continue to advance that and help RMU to advance what those conversations and topics ought to be. The National Chief will be attending the Chiefs of Ontario meeting, and I understand wants to have that conversation with the leadership at the Chiefs of Ontario. So pretty important opportunities perhaps, but it's important to have that conversation together. And I do also want to acknowledge my Nichka, Chief Wilfred King from Gull Bay First Nation. He's in the back there. He's going to be presenting an agenda item tomorrow, but we've invited him to attend as an observer as well in the next couple of days. So he's also here, so I just want to acknowledge his presence as well. And lastly, I want to talk about our regional leadership. Regional Chief Joe Muskokamon, Regional Chief Scott McLeod, Regional Chief Mel Hardy, and Regional Chief Marcia Smoke. What an incredible team that has been built by your nations. Our regional chiefs are strong in advocacy. We're always in constant communication. Your regional chiefs are always bringing up issues or concerns or updates, which is most welcomed. And I just want to acknowledge their continued dedication, their continued hard work, and their continued advocacy on behalf of all of you. So I just also want to say Chimigwech for their support as well. It goes a long way when we are constantly, dealing with different things. So I just want to say Chimigwech to them. And to our Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain, who we're having a contest to see how many kilometers each one of us can get on our Dawbons. I think we're both pushing almost 150,000 kilometers in about a year and a half, right? Yeah, about a year and a half. And that's how much we've been on the road. And as our head gets it talked about that fast we have from our families, we seem to be doing that a lot more. As we continue to work on building the unity and the strength of our nations, our nations are asking for that support and advocacy that we shared that we would do. And we continue to show up as best as we can. And I think we're at the point of wishing that at times we can clone ourselves so we can be in a whole bunch of different places at the same time. I guess I lied a little bit, not lastly, but to our chiefs, Chimigwech for being here today and for the coming days. Chimigwech for being there for your communities. And even in the darkest days when you might not feel like you're doing enough, you are, and you're probably going above and beyond. As our Getsit Jimmy has reminded me since the day I met him, it's always important to take care of ourselves. But I also speak as a hypocrite on that because I don't take that time either. Because I know that our communities operate 24/7, and at times things happen in our communities that are outside of business hours. So a lot of times leadership will reach out just to talk, and that's okay, because we need to do that with one another. We're stronger together. Our colleagues have probably been through it or something similar, and I just want to remind everybody that you're not alone. And we don't want to leave any of our communities behind. I recognize that we have some missing leadership here for various reasons. A lot of things going on in community at home. We recognize that. We also want to reach out later on to just make sure that everything's okay and share what was discussed here. So we'll be working on that through and with together our regional chiefs to make those follow-ups. Yeah, and I'm just excited to really listen and hear more from our leadership. And I do hope that all of you find this assembly valuable, useful, and that you really feel that the Anishinaabe Nation, that you're a part of it and we're a part of you. Gudwaiwangas at Anishinaabe, we are stronger together, and I know we can do great things together while respecting the jurisdiction you have of your communities, your nations as treaty nations with your respective treaties, and that I hope you always remember that we're here to help support and advocate the best we can for all of you. Chimigwach.
Miigwech, Grand Chief, for those kind words. I'm going to introduce the Deputy Grand Chief, and I'm just going to give him the mic. I'm not sure if he wants to stand at the podium. So while he's walking up there, I just want to have a reminder for those that are online. There are kits with material links in the agenda. And for those of you that are attending today, there are booths. We have the host community. They have a booth here today. They have their community swag that they're going to be sharing with us. And there are other information booths from Anishinaabe Nation. We have Kanasawin, AEI, Monknagon, Deloitte. Those are all out there for you to pick up the information. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Charlotte. I'm not as tall as the Grand Chief. Bonjour, Ani Kinawea, Minokajeb, Gwindamaga Indigenous Cause, Amjanong Donjaba, Adik Dodem, Enike Ogama, Anishinaabe, and Dao. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territory of the Robinson Superior Treaty and, of course, our host community, Red Rock, and a special shout out to Chief Solomon and the Fort William community. As Brendan indicated, gave us great assistance last night in facilitating the sweat. I also like to recognize our elders, our knowledge keepers, our leadership in the room, youth, our guests that are gathered here today, and a special welcome to our co-chairs, Matthew and Charlotte. I'd like to also acknowledge our translator, Isidore. He's always busy in the background, and you know, for those who are like Ali and Barbara are always pushing us to be stronger in the language. Isidore is here to help facilitate that, and we always appreciate him, and we're thinking of Grandma Shirley at this time as well. As Anishinaabe leaders, you know, we carry a great responsibility that extends far beyond ourselves. We are entrusted with the hopes of our citizens, the wisdom of our ancestors, and the well-being of our generations yet to come. Every decision we make around these tables has the potential to shape our future, our nations. As leaders, we can't do it alone. And we have most of our Nation Council vacancies now filled, and we can rely on the great work and the guidance we receive from them. And join me, and I'm not too sure if they're in the room, but join me in sharing our appreciation for Chop and Richard. They give us great guidance and, you know, direction as we enter these assemblies. And, you know, we're kind of lost a little bit. You know, we've been through it, but there's always somebody that gives the direction. And we're very grateful to have our head gets it, Richard, and Chop, you know, who's made his way here today to be with us. And we're very, very grateful for them and what they do for us. So let's And of course, all the rest of our councils, you know, they greatly contribute to the work that we do, and we really do rely on those nation councils. And I see many of them here today, and we're grateful that you're able to join us. Our structure with increased participation from the regional chiefs is proving to be efficient, and our regional meetings have been more effective in getting community issues to the table and following up on those community issues. Our work is more about governance, more than governance. It's about creating opportunities for our people to live a good life, Manoba Matsuan. It's also about ensuring that our children grow up healthy, knowing who they are and being proud of who they are, connected to their language, their culture, and confident in their future. It is about supporting our youth as future leaders, honoring our elders as keepers of our knowledge, and ensuring our families has the resources and opportunities they need to thrive. Today, in the next few days, our discussions may focus on issues such as housing, healthcare, education, economic development, energy, infrastructure, governance. You know, we talk about these all the time, and they are very important topics in their own right. But they all lead back to that simple purpose: improving the quality of life for our people and strengthening our nations. And that's what I've come to grow so proud about working for the Anishinaabe Nation, is the holistic approach they take to settling issues. And when we deal with stuff in councils in our communities, you know, they're always one-off, and we try to get them done as quick as possible. But this is a holistic approach, and it's a different perspective to creating meaningful change in our communities, starting at the most simple issues and how they escalate to where we are today, and where we see, you know, as our elder said, we see these people lost out in the streets here and in the other cities that we go to, and it's just a matter of getting them back to our communities, getting them grounded and getting them strong again. As chiefs, we're called upon to lead with humility, courage, honesty, and respect. We may not always agree on the issue, but we are united by our commitment to the people we serve and our shared responsibility to protect our rights, our lands, our culture, and our future. Let us approach these discussions with open minds, good hearts, and a spirit of collaboration. The agenda calls for greater participation from our leaders, and we are here to listen and share about local, regional, and national issues. Let us listen carefully to one another, seek common ground where it's possible, and remain focused on the needs of our citizens. Our ancestors faced tremendous challenges and sacrifices to ensure that we would have that opportunity to lead our nations today. We honor them best when we work together, build strong communities, and create opportunities for our youth. And we leave that positive legacy for those who will follow us. So I say miigwech to everybody for being here today. I want to thank the Grand Chief for her opening comments. I'm winning in the kilometer race. I think I have about 30,000 more in my vehicle, but I'm a little bit far off the beaten path. But she's in the air a lot. I carry the bundle, and there's not much opportunity for me to fly. But Grand Chief has definitely put on a lot more miles than myself. With the tables that she sits at, and she represents us so efficiently. But she gets that direction from us as the Leadership Council, so we're always involved in what she's doing, and she's always reporting back. And I couldn't be more proud of the team that I've had to work with, and I look forward to continuing to do that. Miigwech.
So he tries to take me out. A couple of things I forgot. Gainjira, I want to say miigwech Chief Odawa for him and his council and his community for agreeing to host our assembly. Fun fact about Chief Odawa is that once in a while he calls me and he says, "I'm just calling to see how you're doing." So miigwech for that. Secondly, Gainjira, I want to acknowledge the team at Anishinaabe Nation. Sarah, who worked with me till probably after 7 p.m. last night, Kelsey Anger, working with me till after 9 last night, Liana Farr, for about the same amount of time. We are going back and forth to help support one of our nations. That's just one example, one of the closest examples to how our teams work and how responsive they are to our political office. Sometimes not too happy about it, clearly, but you know what? They do step up because they do care. So I also want to acknowledge our staff at the Anishinaabe Nation. And, oh. And I promise lastly, because, you know, Jemnido gave me these 2 things to hear and just one of these. Just want to remind everybody of the social tonight. There's also an honoring. So it'd be really nice for everybody to come, our leadership to come as well. There's going to be some honoring that is going to be done there as well. So chimiigwech. So I'm going to call up, I've been tasked to call up our next speaker, and we're going to go to Regional Chief Mel Hardy of the Northern Superior Region.
Bonjour, son gizi de go makor tudun bijwabek zagin Mr. Bijwabek zagin Nishnabek. I do want to acknowledge everybody's here and made it here safely. You travel, considering the highways that we live off of and how dangerous they are. So I just want to say chimiigwech for that. And I do want to acknowledge the opening ceremonies and the Eagle staffs, as well as the drum, the pipes, and the songs, especially with the youth coming in. I think that was awesome that the host community, Red Rock Indian Band, that they were able to bring the children in and show the stuff that they've been doing and showcase them. And we need to see that more. We don't see that enough in all of our territories, that our children participate, but also get that voice. Is very important with our youth as well. You know, I do want to acknowledge and recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Fort William First Nation, signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. This land is part of the Robinson Superior Treaty area and has been home to Anishinaabe people since time immemorial. Chimiigwech to the community of Fort William First Nation as for your continued stewardship and for the welcoming us here today. Chimiigwech, Chief Michelle. This past year, my work has been guided by 2 truths I heard over and over in the communities: that the land is our pharmacy, and our information is part of our sovereignty. With those in mind, I responded in two portfolios to which I hold, which is lands and resources and health, and participated in various discussions and meetings throughout the year. Our territories aren't just lines on map, they are waters, forests, medicines, and future. This year I focused on 3 things: protecting Anishinaabe rights, strengthening how we manage our development, and connecting land work to environmental and climate impacts. What we moved forward: the data and records for the land. We improved tracking for consultation requests, traditional use and resource projects. When industry or Crown propose work, we can respond faster with maps and records that show our continuous presence. Good data, stronger positions at the table. That's so important for us. And one of the things I know in the lands and resource team, I'll say Rhonda Gagnon, I want to acknowledge her for the work she does on the GIS mapping and how much that's essential. How much that's essential for our First Nations to identify what is actually in their lands and what type of proponents and what are they looking for in our lands and what are they tearing up. So I do want to acknowledge the work for our staff and lands and resources and the team of what they do. Consultation and environment lens. More projects now come with environmental assessment requirements, which both governments are looking to lessen the type of how the environmental assessments that's being done. It's being lessened. I worked with lands and staff to build a checklist that flagged key risk impacts to water, wildlife, harvesting areas, and medicines. And one of the things I want to let you guys know, every year we started a moose symposium 2 years ago. The first year we had, I think it was, and they also have a moose calling competition there as well. It goes pretty good. And the first year it wasn't bad. There was no women in the standings for the moose call. But the second year, and both the last 2 years have been well attended, there was a woman who came in second that beat some really good callers. So this year, upcoming year in September, when we hold our other moose symposium, we're looking forward to see the women knock off the men off the moose calling title. That'd be great to see. You know, climate change in our territory, elders and land users keep telling us that the seasons are shifting, ice forms later, water levels change, species move. This year we started documenting those observations alongside project reviews. Climate isn't a future issue, it's affecting hunting, fishing, infrastructure right now. Nations need to lead climate adaptation planning on our own terms, using traditional knowledge and Western science. Capacity and protecting knowledge. Lands info is sensitive, environmental data is valuable. We train staff on secure storage and controlled sharing, and we share traditional ecological knowledge for the environmental assessments. We do it with agreements that protect ownership, that protects both the land and the knowledge keepers. You can't separate lands from environment or climate anymore. Every consultation, every permit, every resource decision is also a climate decision. If we don't bring the environmental impacts and climate resilience into our process early, others will decide for us, and that's what's happening. They think they know better, what we know already on our lands. We're looking forward to next year. I want to support the nations to complete privacy impact assessments, environmental impact reviews together before new projects start, build a shared Nishnawbe climate observation database so communities can track changes and use that data in consultation. Push for consultation timelines that respect both Nishnawbe decision-making and the time needed for proper environmental review. You know, with that, I just want to say chimigwech for the teams in the Leadership Council and the things that they say and do and the ideas that they come up with. I want to acknowledge the political staff that work with us, because they really go above and beyond, as well as the Secretariat, the Executive Director and his team. I do want to acknowledge all the staff and the work that they've done. I think this year we were able to move a lot more yardsticks in some of the stuff that we're doing. Our biggest challenge, we know, is having to deal with these governments, especially when they keep changing the rules on us. Some of the First Nations are really advanced, where they're actually analyzing the pre-legislation coming out and strategizing to ensure that you can address that wholly, instead of having a knee-jerk reaction. So with that, I want to say chimigwech, and I guess we'll be calling up the next Chief Scott McLeod, Regional Chief Scott McLeod. Good.
Making my life a lot easier.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, sir.
Anin kinawea zongabwe dijinakaz bizing dunjaba shaga dudem. Regional Chief Scott McLeod, good morning, everybody. Really great to see everybody. Just want to say chimigwech to the drummers and the singers, all the sacred items, to our leadership, to our elder, to all the chiefs and staff in the room, as well as the rest of our citizens here and in our communities. And special thanks to Red Rock for allowing us in and hosting us in their territory. A couple of things. One, I want to acknowledge my friend back there, Chief King, and just say how proud I am of him. He was literally sweating bullets and squirming on his seat when we passed the rules and procedures, and he wanted to get up to the microphone so bad, but he was able to control himself. But I'll tell you what, Chief, you know, come back to the Anishinaabe and you can have the microphone all you want. Yeah, so yeah, and I came up on the motorcycle. I was going to travel with Chief Jerry, but our schedules didn't allow it. But somebody asked me how the ride was, and I said, well, if you can imagine sunshine, beautiful scenery, a nice breeze, and 10 hours of no texts, no emails, or no phone calls, you can understand why, even if it's raining, it's a good day to ride. So. I stood up here probably 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and I wasn't particularly happy, and I was very openly critical of our own organization, the Anishinaabe Nation, where we were going, what we were doing, and how we were losing attendance. And the reasoning being because we got complacent and we weren't being relative to the needs of our communities anymore. And I was a community chief at that time. And I said that because I believe in the Anishinaabe and I believe we can do a better job. And so since then, I've been putting my money where my mouth is and working hard to try and make the Anishinaabe Nation relative again. And it's been challenging at times, but I think, you know, there are a few things that we have on our side that made us successful in turning the ship around. And one is the great staff that we have and their dedication and hard work that we put before them goes unnoticed by leadership at times. And you know, it's important to recognize staff and everything that they do for us, because without staff we would be nothing but just a bunch of loudmouths up here, you know, saying how things should be done. So I want to give a special thanks to staff. But we've also been lucky, you know, things happen in mysterious ways, and there was a lot of leadership change in the Anishinaabe region over the last 5 years. A lot of it to do with annuity cases and things like that, where, you know, our people spoke and were critical of leadership, and there was changes, and rightfully so. I mean, our people are never wrong. But what came out of that was a lot of the experienced leaders, you know, became more involved in organizations like the Chiefs of Ontario and the Anishinaabe Nation. So we didn't lose that knowledge, and you know, it worked out in the favor of the Anishinaabe Nation to have a really strong leadership council working on your behalf. And there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of challenges out there. Everything that goes on in our communities, whether it be the drug issues that we have, the addictions, the mental health, the housing, all of these challenges, health challenges, as mentioned by Regional Chief Hardy, government changing the way they do things, us having to be reactive to that in order to, fight for our communities. Legislation that tramples on our inherent rights that are protected by treaty. Acting and using the resources as if it's theirs and theirs alone. We have issues of people claiming to be Indigenous groups and moving us out of our spaces. Pretendians to the MNO, to all of these challenges that we have to fight on top of fighting with government. And what does government do? They recognize these groups because they know that it's just more distraction for us. It's more work for us to fight these battles. So while we're fighting all of these battles, government gets to do what they want to do. So we have to be aware of that. And I'm here to tell you that I am never going to falter on the fights of our rights in our territories and pushing out those claims, false claims of Indigenous rights. So that takes up a lot of my time. More recently, I've been also appointed to be the acting general manager of the Anishinaabe Fisheries Resource Center. So that takes up a bit of time, and that organization, I'm happy to report is we've turned a course and we're headed back in the right direction, and we're doing some good work with communities in the Anishinaabe Nation. And so as soon as I can find a suitable replacement, I can relieve myself of those duties and carry on with the work that we do for you. So as I said, we're trying to be as relative to your needs as possible, and I want to thank Matthew Hope for putting this agenda together and really trying to drill down on prioritizing, what things you want us to work on over the next couple days to give us really a focused approach to helping advocate for your communities. And communication is key. We need to make sure that we're doing the work that is important to you, and that we continually report back to you our efforts and what we can do. So I'm pretty proud of the leadership that the Anishinaabe has right now. There's been a lot of work done. I can't stress how important and how relevant our Grand Council Chief has been for this organization. I believed in her right from the start. I pushed her when she was thinking that, well, maybe I shouldn't run, and I remember our long talks with her and saying, you have to do this. This is your time. This is your time. And I'm happy to say that I was right. I was absolutely right. And she is a warrior. She is a warrior. If you've ever worked with Linda, and if you've ever seen her in those rooms, when you get a big bully like Premier Doug Ford crying like a little baby because she just beat him up verbally, you've got a good warrior in our leader. And so I just want to put it on record to say that, there's an election next year, but I think we should just kind of smooth through that election process and continue doing the work with our Grand Chief, Linda. And I'm just so proud to work under you, and I think you're proving yourself as a very strong leader, and I appreciate that. So miigwech.
So thank you very much, Northern Superior Regional Chief Hardy and Lake Huron Regional Chief McLeod. At this point, I'd like to call up Southeast Regional Chief Marcia Smoke.
Since Regional Chief McLeod, gets a point for being right, perhaps, I will correct him in that I never treat our regional chiefs as under me. They work with me, with each of us all together, and that's Kudwe Gazet Anishinaabe.
Okay. Ani bonjour, kwe. Nigani makwa kwe indishnikas, makwan dodam, Alderville and Dunjaba. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you all, and I say miigwech to the Getsit leadership from our communities, those in person and online, to those veterans who are with us, and all others who are joining us here today. Miigwech to Chief Solomon for welcoming us to our territory, and to Chief Odawa for the being host of the assembly this year. I just want to say that it's good to gather together once again as Anishinaabeg people. I will say that I do want to mention that in one of our communities in the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, they are currently battling a number of forest fires in their area. One is actually right, the dot on the map shows that it's Pikwakanagan. I don't know at this moment how close or if it is actually in the community, but they have several forest fires going on right now. As Southeast Regional Chief, I've always believed that our role is to ensure that the voices of our citizens are heard. The voices of our elders, our women, the men, the youth, our Two-Spirit people, and all those who carry responsibilities within our nations. Those voices guide the work we do and remind us that leadership is not about speaking for our people, but about listening to them and carrying their concerns forward. Over the past year, much of our work has focused on protecting our rights, strengthening our nations, and ensuring our communities are included when discussing both the challenges and the opportunities ahead. One of the most significant areas of work has been citizenship and registration reform, and I want to touch on that just a little bit. As portfolio holder for the citizenship file, I've continued to advocate for changes through the external political processes that address the ongoing inequities within the Indian Act registration system. Through an appearance before the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, last minute at the request of our Grand Chief, and I also participated on a national working group to ensure that Anishinaabeg are shaping the path forwards towards change, and discussions and communications with First Nations leadership. For those who have reached out to me directly, I appreciate your questions and conversations. I've continued to advance a simple principle: no one is left behind. Our work remains focused on restoring fairness and supporting our nations in exercising their own jurisdiction over citizenship and belonging. Today, Bill 2 remains at the committee level in the House of Commons. While Canada did not meet its April 30th deadline to pass the legislation to recognize the rights of those enfranchised families, they made a request for an extension to October, but it was not agreed to by the courts. The government is presently reviewing its option to appeal that decision. I would like to say that as of today, the Senate amendments remain intact. They remain in the bill, although that could change anytime. At the Fall Assembly, I shared with you that I was serving as a portfolio holder on the Chiefs Council on Health. I have actually attended a couple meetings since then, and I want to assure you that work is underway to revisit and refocus the Anishinaabeg Nation's work based on your priorities. And we want to work with First Nations to make sure that the files and the resolutions that have been in place for several years, that the voices of the communities, the priorities in the communities that have changed, even as recent as it seems recent, but since COVID, a lot of things have changed. And we need to revisit that we're working in tandem with communities. Across our territories, communities continue to identify mental health, addictions, elder care, cancer care, chronic diseases, dementia, and illnesses affecting our children. We know that healthy nations require healthy citizens, and it is my hope that the work of the political office is supported, where leadership can further define the priorities in health, so we may continue to advocate for resources and policies that reflect the realities faced in your communities. Another major area of focus has been economic development, energy, and major projects. Across Ontario and Canada, governments and industry are advancing significant infrastructure, mining, nuclear, small modular reactors, transmission, and energy development. While these projects bring opportunities, they also bring responsibilities. Our nations, including our grassroots people, continue to remind governments that development cannot come at the expense of our lands, waters, rights, and responsibility to future generations. As leaders, we must continue to support First Nations by advocating for meaningful consultation, accommodation, environmental stewardship, and the inclusion of our own knowledge systems and teachings in decision-making. Leadership, and I have to note that leadership are meeting the challenge while not letting economic opportunities be missed opportunities. It's a balanced approach that has taken a lot of time for our communities to review, to look at what's best for the communities, to work with communities, to have those meetings. And I have to thank Chief Simpson for, who's not here, stepped out. Oh, he's back there. But I want to thank Chief Simpson for providing the opportunity to sit with his staff. I had an opportunity to sit with his consultation team and also his economic development staff. And we were able to share our concerns, share what our questions were, share what our responsibilities are, and find that clarity between the work that needs to be done on the land and the opportunities that are available to First Nations, so that we're not left behind in any development. We're in an area where the nuclear generating stations have been operating for decades, and during those days in development, it was long before the duty to consult and accommodation were ever talked about. And now, over those years, there have not been any benefits to our First Nations in the Southeast because of those industries. But the gig is up. Our leadership are taking those challenges head on and working with that balance between the land and resources and our fish, our wildlife, our everything that we are deeply concerned about, and at the same time being able to work on the economic side and making sure that these projects, while they may not, some are already in progress, we are not going to be left behind. So I appreciate the time that Chief Simpson made for me to meet with his staff to have those conversations. So I'm going to be quick here. One initiative that I'm particularly proud of is the work undertaken to establish and strengthen our Southeast Nation Councils. This was not something that happened overnight. It took more than a year of discussions, planning, outreach, and relationship building before we began to see meaningful success and change. For the first time, we have built representation that reflects the 4 nations that make up the Southeast region, the Algonquin, Chippewa, Potawatomi, and Mississauga nations. We worked hard to ensure that the voices of our people are represented through our Getsit, Gerard Skoski. I know he was here earlier, and I really appreciate his support and wisdom and guidance and protection that he provides for the leadership in the Southeast and also for the our families and all of those that he works with, as I know he works across other departments within the Anishinaabeg Nation and provides that wisdom and guidance and protection as well. So I appreciate his presence with us this week. We have our representation with the men, the women, the youth, the Two-Spirit, Two-Heart people, and our veterans. All were chosen by the chiefs of the Southeast region. This work is about much more than creating another table or committee. It is about rebuilding connections between our citizens and our political structures. It is about creating space where our people can share their knowledge, perspectives, and priorities so that leadership decisions are informed by the people that we serve. The Nation Councils had their first meeting in May and received an orientation provided by Dave Shawana, Rhonda Cucci, and the governance team. I believe our representatives can play an important role in nation rebuilding and strengthening our regional voice for years to come. I recently accompanied Executive Director Brendan Houston to visit 6 of our 8 Southeast communities. We're working on the other 2 to get those scheduled, so we'll pop up there soon. We listened to leadership and we learned. We want to continue to build those relationships and provide advocacy and support on issues identified during those meetings. While each community has its own priorities, I continue to hear a common message. Our people want stronger nations, stronger voices, and a future grounded in our own values and teachings. And communication is always the challenge, as we must continue to explore ways to bridge that communication gap with our First Nations. The issue that continues to grow in importance is the recognition of our own Anishinaabeg laws, governance systems, and ways of knowing. The First Nations in the Southeast live in the highest industrialized area of the province, equal only to the Southwest region. I also recognize the different challenges facing the territories of the Lake Superior, or Lake Huron and Northern Superior regions. As I reflect on the past 2 years, I am encouraged by what we have been able to accomplish together. Whether it is advancing citizenship reform, protecting the rights of our harvesters in the face of intrusions from the Métis Nation of Ontario and others, and major development, or building our Southeast Nation Councils. Each step has been rooted in the same principle, bringing our people closer to the decisions that affect their lives. This assembly is also about change. We have an agenda that, for the first time, clearly sets out an opportunity for leadership to discuss local and regional issues we must address with the province, and a separate agenda item to deal with issues of national importance. I believe this is a political agenda that gives rise back to bring back the Anishinaabe Nation to the powerful nations of the past. In closing, I continue to be reminded of my mother's teaching, never leave anyone behind. Those words continue to guide my work every day, whether we are discussing citizenship, the land, economic development, social issues with social development and Stan Cloud's team, or the protection of our rights. Our responsibility is to ensure that every citizen has a place within our nations and a voice in our future. I want to thank the chiefs, councils, elders, citizens, staff, and Nation Council members, not only throughout the Southeast region, but all of the Anishinaabeg Nation, First Nations, for your guidance, support, and trust. I also want to acknowledge Grand Council Chief Dubosky and Deputy Chris Plain, my fellow regional chiefs, which I didn't get the memo that we're supposed to wear black, so I'm grateful that Rhonda slipped me a black vest to wear while I'm up here with all the rest of the regional chiefs. Anyway, I want to thank my fellow regional chiefs and everyone who works on behalf of the Anishinaabeg Nation and our people every day. The work before us is significant, but so is the strength of our people. When we work together, grounded in our teachings, guided by our ancestors, and focused on the future generations, there is no challenge that we cannot face. Chimigwech.
Miigwech, Regional Chief. With no further ado, I'm going to invite Joe Muskokaman, Regional Chief for the Southeast. Did you want this? Hold on to it?
No.
You don't want to bring it up?
Okay. Ani Bajou, Chief Joe Muskoka, Chippewa Thames First Nation, also Regional Chief for the Southwest. First of all, I'd like to thank the host for allowing us space within our territory through Chief Odawa, and equally important through the chiefs of the South, or of the Superior region. Also, I'd like to pay tribute to Chief Solomon for also being a co-host with this. I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, the medicines that we have in front of us and their guidance, and through our elders and through our knowledge keepers. I stand on the principles of several things. I stand on the principle of this organization needs to be, first of all, relevant to our communities. It needs to be responsive to our communities. It needs to be the advocate for our communities. It needs to be accessible to our communities. And it also needs to be the voice of the voiceless, the power of the powerless. We've all heard that we are stronger together. There is no denying that. There is no denying that we hold a deep and rich history, not only within our communities, not only within our treaties, but our history in the Grand Council. We are one of the oldest organizations nationally and remain strong. And I echo Deputy Chief McLeod's statement. Wilford, you're welcome back anytime. I think it's important that we recognize that by being responsive means that we can't just be a paper tiger. That has to be grounded in resolutions. It has to be responsive in the way that when government changes, We need to be responsive to those changes and not wait for a Grand Council to get a resolution to respond to the government's needs or the government's wants. And so we entrust the Grand Council Chief and we entrust our deputy to be that responsive voice, to be that strong voice. When speaking to the governments, not in a way that is demeaning, not in a way that's disrespectful, but in a way that echoes our history, our beliefs, our views, our direction. Because at the end of the day, it is our treaty. It is our treaty that we stand for. I don't want to walk through programs, but I do want to talk about some things that I think we need to have a deep dive look into, and it's in part in those resolutions that has to deal with the energy that's going to be required within this province within the next 20 years. And there is a projection that there will be a need for 100% more power to drive the economy of this community. And in the Southwest, we are the fastest growing population region in Canada. We are the fastest growing economic region in Canada. And where the natural resources are in the north, and which Queen's Park has their eye on, and which Ottawa has their eye on, and indeed the world has their eye on. Canada has shifted away from the dependency of the United States and now shifting towards its own sovereignty. And what does that mean? That means that there will be multiple opportunities, not only for your individual First Nations, but for the collectivity of all of us. And what I advocate for a different kind of an institution that needs to be responsive. We need to have an institution that we can capitalize, because we will be growing from poverty to prosperity. That transition is taking place now, right in front of our eyes. Are we preparing the youth for that transition? Are we preparing our communities for that transition? Because if not, if there is not a plan for prosperity, we will see it in the social end of dependencies. We already hear and see the amount of addictions that are within each and every one of our communities. That is a sign of prosperity, because no drug dealer wants to deal with the poor. They want to deal with somebody that has money and has accessibility to money. What is our plan for the future? We need to have a social development plan. We need to have an economic prosperity plan. We need to have an investment plan, not with business, but a business plan with each other. How do you share from the north accessibility to natural resources, and how do we share in the south the manufacturing prosperity that will undoubtedly follow the supply chain towards the end product? That's the advocacy that I stand for. What does that mean in terms of diminished treaty rights? In the Southwest, we already experienced 98% of our treaties that have third-party interests. It's called the accumulative effect. And as this industry moves north, you too will find that out. You need to be prepared. We are in a state of transition. The whole nation is in a state of transition. And that's why I say we need to be proactive, not reactive. We need to be visionary. What do you want your community to look like in 20 years' time when there's going to be 100% more power that's driving the economy in this country? What do you need to have for prosperity development? Not just in terms of wealth, but in terms of human prosperity, in terms of individual prosperity, in terms of youth and children's prosperity. What does that vision look like? Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow chiefs, colleagues, elders, we need to turn our minds to that. Not what's happening in front of us today, but what are we going to leave for our children? Be good.
Thank you to the chiefs for our welcoming remarks. I do want to take a break. I'm recognizing people are taking their coffees and wanting to take a break. And I also want to mention that Isidore's over there doing some interpretation, and there are devices in order to hear them. So maybe I'm going to grab one during the break as well, just so I can hear Anishinaabemowin as I'm listening to everyone. A couple of items before we go to break, just a reflection in terms of our process moving forward. We really will want to work with chiefs and have that space to talk about relevance, responsiveness, and advocacy in those three different areas. So we will be working on that. Our next item on the agenda are the resolutions. On tab 3 in your kit are the briefings for every resolution. Our process will be to read through the resolutions. We'll have the leads here up in front, including our resolutions lead staff person. So we'll go through the resolutions, mostly reading through the therefore be it resolved, opening the floor for any conversation, and moving right into hopefully moving to consensus on each of the resolutions. So my goal here is to get us to consensus on all the resolutions moving forward, so we have a clear mandate moving forward in terms of providing direction to your Anishinaabe Nation. And then we'll then take another break, and we'll come back and we'll have our chiefs discussions. Enjoy your break, everyone. Let's take 15 minutes and try to get back here and back to work at 1:45. Miigwech.
Seconder in the room? Proxy? Grenier? Did you want to speak to that? Okay. So I'm going to go to the therefore be it resolved. Grenier? Proxy Grenier. From Atikamekw. So let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, call upon the Government of Ontario to expand the First Nations Delivery Credit Program to all on-reserve electricity accounts, including commercial, band-owned, and community infrastructure accounts. Calls upon the Ontario Energy Board to review electricity rate structures and enable delivery charge relief beyond residential classifications. 3, call upon the Government of Canada to work with First Nations in Ontario to support equitable electrical pricing on reserve. And 4, directs the Grand Chief and the political office to advocate, engage, and report back to the Chiefs in Assembly on progress. So moved by Chief Odawa and seconded by Proxy Grenier. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried.
Our next resolution is information sharing agreements with Indigenous Services Canada and the Ontario Ministry of Health. I'm seeking a mover and a seconder for this resolution. We'll go very slow. I'm looking for a mover for information sharing agreements with Indigenous Services Canada and the Ontario Ministry of Health. I believe we have a staff person who can speak to it before we go to the resolution. We don't have no mover, we have no seconder. Chief Brissett, mover, and Chief Simpson as the seconder. Do the movers and the speakers wish to speak to the resolution? Okay, Chief Brissett.
Hello?
You just have to hold it down, Chief.
Okay. This is the info sharing resolution. So it's between ISK, Ministry of Health and Anishinaabe Secretariat, supporting it for the financial and statistical information. It will help the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat gather information for our nations for the current systems and the needs and gaps. So there will be no personal information shared, and it will support the planning of the Health Secretariat and the research needed to develop a strategic plan going forward to address the health needs of our community, because we know there's a lot of health needs within our community. So it's the information sharing, just statistical and financial. Miigwech.
Thank you. I'll open the floor for any discussion on the resolution. Seeing none, I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, support and grant permission for the sharing of financial and statistical information between the Ontario Ministry of Health, ISC, and the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat to assist in the continued progress of the Health Transformation Project, provided that all data shared shall be disaggregated at the recipient level, example, community level, tribal council, and health organization levels, and shall not include any personal health information, and direct the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat to enter into separate information sharing agreements with Ontario Ministry of Health and with ISK to assist in the progress of the Health Transformation Project. Are there any chiefs opposed to this resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech. Nope. Chief Brissett, then Steve. Our next resolution is a resolution to support the Anishinaabe Nation's second-level service providers under the interim funding formula. I do have a mover, Chief Brissett, and I have a seconder, Chief Stevens. Do the movers or the seconders wish to speak to the resolution?
That's our second resolution. It's not the same one.
Which one's this one?
That's education. This one's health.
I apologize, we'll table that previous resolution. Our resolution before us now is Health Transformation AIP Development. Moved by Chief Brissette, seconded by Chief Stevens. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Brissette.
So our health committee is going to be moving forward. We would like the support to,
Yeah, you actually hold it, yeah. You might get sore fingers after a while holding that.
so we would like the support to develop our governance model for health so that we can decide what our communities need and we know what our communities need, so we can be able to decide going forward. This resolution will help our committees move forward with the important work needed, the next steps for health transformation. The leadership and the community input will be essential and critical to our development of our governance model under the Anishinaabe Health Secretariat. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. Does the seconder wish to speak to the resolution? Open the floor for any conversation or discussion on the resolution. Sorry?
Chief Kathy Stevens, Nipissing Nation, seconding the motion. Miigwech to Chief Brissette and to the health transformation team at the Anishinaabe Nation, and moving forward with this. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Stevens. Any other chiefs wish to speak to this resolution? Seeing none, I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Anishinaabe Chiefs Committee on Health, with support from the Health Secretariat, develop governance models for the future Anishinaabe Nation Health Authority and present these to the Chiefs in Assembly for consideration and approval. Direct that the Health Secretariat work with ISC or ISC through the Tripartite Planning and Implementation Committee to prepare a draft agreement in principle for approval and signing at Grand Council Assembly. The draft AIP, which will not be legally binding, shall form the basis for future formal negotiations between Anishinaabe Nation and Canada regarding the establishment of long-term operation of an Anishinaabe Nation Health Authority. It will contain the following elements: the policy and legal framework for health transformation, the governance structure of the future Anishinaabe Nation Health Authority, the scope of programs, services, and responsibilities to be transferred, the fiscal arrangements, the sustainable funding framework, and the implementation pathway and transition planning. 3, support the advancement of discussions with the Government of Canada towards a formal health transformation negotiation process and authorize the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat to advance the drafting of the AIP. Are there any chiefs in opposition of this resolution? Any chiefs wish to abstain? Seeing none, resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Yeah, we already did this one?
Yeah,
We already did this one. Last one, we have a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Our next resolution, and I do apologize, we're figuring out the order as they're coming to us. Southeast Land-Based Treatment Center is our next resolution, moved by Chief Ted Williams and seconded by Lori Hockaday. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Williams.
Ane Bojo, first of all, I'd like to say miigwech for the host and Chief Odawa and Chief Michelle for allowing us to be in your territory and for your hosting abilities, and also like to acknowledge the drum and the medicines. Yes, the land-based treatment center this is a motion that was put forward about 4 years ago, and it received the indulgence, I guess, of all of us at that particular time. We've just completed the phase one. Unfortunately, it's taken 4 years. I was saying earlier at our health meeting that, phase two takes 4 years. I'm not going to be around. I don't know, is something wrong with this thing here?
You have to hold it, It's,
I'm holding it down.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't like the pressure.
The other arm.
In the southeast, we have about 15,000 First Nation members, and we all know that each and every one of our communities are suffering, with various addictions. In the past, like 40 years ago, it was just alcohol. But today, we're dealing with any number of addictions, drugs that, we never heard of 40 years ago, plus the addiction of alcohol. And so what we're doing is we're moving into phase two, and it's our hope that this phase two will be expedited in a timely manner so that we can begin to look at breaking ground once we get funding in place. And so we're seeking the indulgence of the Anishinaabeg to assist us in pursuing this Southeast Land-Based Treatment Center. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. The seconder wishes to speak to it. Chief Hockaday. We're practicing for later.
Miigwech. Yeah, Southeast, as we all know, and in other First Nations, it's been historically underserviced in the area of detox and treatment centers, resulting in inequitable access for care for all our members, especially our youth. The existing centers are located outside of our regions, and exceptionally long time waits for them to get in and to access care and contributions. Increased substance abuse, especially again amongst our youth. The treatment center, we're looking at a model grounded in land-based healing. As we know, this is our way of moving forward. Land-based, that's where all our healing and medicines are. And for that purpose, we are in hopes that we can move the center along. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, direct the Anishinaabe Nation's Health Secretariat using the SE land-based feasibility study as a foundation to work on having a shovel-ready land-based treatment center by 2028. This will involve, but not be limited to, identifying the site for the center, establishing governance, a treatment model approach, and securing funding. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat to work with the Southeast Chiefs to identify and determine the site location for the land-based treatment center. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation Health Secretariat to work with the Southeast Chiefs and the Southeast Health Board throughout the process, as well as provide updates at Southeast Regional Chiefs Meeting and at the annual Grand Council Assembly. I open the floor for any discussion on this resolution. Chief Williams.
That sound you heard was the land-based treatments that are taken off.
Thank you, Chief Williams. Are there other comments or thoughts? Seeing none, are there any chiefs in opposition of this resolution? Any chiefs wish to abstain? Seeing none, this resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech. I have a resolution, reaffirm access to Anishinaabeg Nation First Nation IFA side-by-side data. I require a mover and a seconder for this resolution. Do we have a mover for this resolution? Maybe online? So it's reaffirm access to Anishinaabeg Nation First Nation IFA side-by-side data. We can get that on the screen. Oh, I do have a mover on the screen here. Moved by Chief Brissett and seconded by Chief Muskokomo. Do the chiefs wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Brissett.
So this resolution is in support of the Education Chiefs Committee to be able to move forward with the data, seeking the data to also create our strategic plans and planning for the future for the Education Department and Secretariat.
Chief, you wish to speak to? I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to access Indigenous Services Canada side-by-side education funding data for the purpose of tracking year-over-year changes and to report back annually to the leadership on findings, trends, and impacts. 2, oppose any unilateral change by Indigenous Services Canada that would result in a reduction in Anishinaabe Nation, First Nation, or second-level education funding under their interim funding approach. And 3, reaffirm the mandate and role of the Anishinaabe Nation Education Secretariat to represent Anishinaabe First Nations at the Ontario Technical Table on the interim funding approach and to advance recommendations that support equitable needs-based and sustainable education funding. I'll open the floor for any conversation or discussion on this resolution. Seeing none, are there any chiefs in opposition of this resolution? Any chiefs wish to abstain? Seeing none, this resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech.
Okay, next resolution is Anishinaabe Nations AOFRC Environmental Baseline Resource Development, moved by Chief Chad Edgar, seconded by Chief Tainer Simpson. If Chief Edgar here. Which one?
Side by side. Second level here.
Okay, second resolution is support for Anishinaabe Nation second level services providers under the interim funding formula. Looking for a mover and a seconder here. Yeah, I can't see it. Chief Muskokoman and second is the mover and seconder. Jeff Forrest, yeah.
I'm here.
Okay. Chief Muskokoman, would you like to speak to this? No? Does Jeff Forrest want to speak to it? Jeff?
I'm here. I can speak to it.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Miigwech. As some of our nations have yet signed on to the AES, this is putting a funding shortage on our nations that have yet done that. So, you know, we're all working together to better our kids and our education throughout our years, and you know, we need to allow this funding back. Miigwech.
Okay, do we have any opposition to this resolution? Any abstentions? Sorry, yes, I'm ahead of myself, thank you. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs and Assembly, call upon Indigenous Services Canada to restore the 2017-2018 funding protection measures for second-level service providers until a sustainable and equitable funding approach is established, with funding calculations separated from nominal role-based allocations and without negatively impacting Anishinaabe Nation community budgets. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to coordinate engagement between ISK headquarters, First Nations, and second-level service providers to co-develop a distinct and appropriate funding model that recognizes the essential role of second-level service providers and reflects the true costs of delivering indirect First Nations education services. And 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Education Secretariat to continue to advocate for second-level service provider funding at the Ontario Bilateral Educational Learning Table until a resolution is achieved that supports the long-term sustainability and continuity of education services for First Nations. So do I see any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, carried. Miigwech. We're on E. So the next one is the Anishinaabe Nation AORFC, that one. Environmental Baseline and Resource Development Readiness Program, moved by Chief Chad Edgar, seconded by Chief Tainer Simpson. Chief Edgar, would you like to speak to this? Oh, Chief Helen Pavlov, moving? Okay. Go ahead, Chief.
Hi, I was prepared some notes here, so I'll just read it. If passed, this resolution will direct the Anishinaabe Nation to establish an environmental baseline and resource development readiness program in partnership with the Anishinaabe Ontario Fisheries Resource Centre. This program will work to address long-standing gaps in baseline environmental data by supporting proactive, community-driven data collection, technical readiness, and capacity building ahead of proposed resource development. This resolution comes at an important time. The Anishinaabe First Nations are increasingly impacted by the push for critical minerals in addition to the development of other major projects across our territory. Too often, our communities are left without the baseline environmental data needed to fully understand impacts of development or make informed decisions, while the provincial and federal governments continue to streamline existing regulation to accelerate the approval and construction of major mining and infrastructure projects. This is about moving from a reactive position to a proactive one. In plain terms, this program will support proactive data collection. Give me a 2-pager. Okay. Technical readiness and community-driven planning before development occurs. Establishing this program will ensure that our communities have access to credible information and strong technical capacity to support in engagement in development and decisions from a position of strength. It also reinforces our responsibility to protect our lands and waters, uphold our rights, and ensure development reflects Anishinaabe values. This work will be guided through a joint approach with AOFRC and implemented in phases through 2030, with participation driven by community interest and priorities. If supported by the Chief in Assembly, AN and AOFRC will begin to seek funding and commence the development of the program's foundation, which will ensure proper governance, technical standards, and that the program meets the needs of our Anishinaabe First Nations. This approach ensures the program will be sustainable and responsive to community priorities. Ultimately, this resolution is about ensuring the Snabak nations are prepared, informed, and supported as development pressures continue to grow. It is about strengthening our ability to make decisions that reflect our values, protect our lands and waters, and uphold our rights. I encourage all chiefs and assembly to support this important resolution. Miigwech.
Okay, Chief, anything, the seconder, do you have any words to support this?
Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. We also wholeheartedly support this motion, and anyone who loves the water and the NIBI needs to support this motion. So miigwech for your words, and we are in support.
Okay, I'm going to move to the therefore be it resolved, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to partner with Anishinaabe Nation Ontario Fisheries Resource Centre to establish an environmental baseline and resource development readiness program, and 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to develop a joint steering committee consisting of representatives from the Anishinaabe Nation, the AORFC, to report back to the Chiefs Committee on Mining, and subsequently the Chiefs Committee for the Environment and the Chiefs and Assembly. Do we have any opposition to this resolution? Any abstentions? Seeing none, carried. Miigwech.
I would like to actually pause our resolutions for the moment. We understand, we know that the minister is joining us at 12:30, and I do want to do some strategizing, so I'll invite the Grand Council Chief to speak a little bit to our preparation for the minister.
Miigwech. I do believe the minister's office has been admitted into the the Zoom room. The minister has 15 minutes in total, 5 minutes for remarks and 10 minutes for questions and answers. We've also received a commitment again from Minister Alti's office that she will be open to engaging in one-to-one discussions with our nations, and will help, as the Anishinaabe Nation, we will help you navigate that aspect with her office. So I just want to acknowledge the minister's time today. It's a couple of weeks before the House rises, so naturally ministers have a hard time getting away from Ottawa. So with that, I guess I'll go online. I see Waleed on there, who's from the minister's office. Waleed, has Minister Alti joined us?
Well, I don't believe she has joined us yet, but she's still making her way to here, so I will let you know in about 5-ish minutes. I'll send you guys.
Okay. Do you have that list of questions? Okay, so from what I understand is that 3 questions have been shared with leadership just to help prompt thoughts about what you could potentially ask from your nation, or think about some of the things that are happening to your communities. Minister Alti is the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations Canada, and of course part of her role is to be part of those treaty discussions on behalf of the Crown, but she also has a mandate on the Indian Residential Schools file, the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, and so on and so forth. So feel free at any time. If there's maybe by a show of hands, I'll look online if you are prepared with questions to ask for the minister, so I can have a list running. If you can put up your hand if you would like to ask questions to Minister Alti. Let me know if any hands go up online. In the room, I have Chief Joe Muskokamon. Is she writing these down? Are you writing those down, Charlotte? The names? You're writing? Okay. And I see Councillor Jeff from Mississaugas of the Scugog Island. I'll do another call. Chiefs online or proxies, do you have a question for Minister Alty when she attends? Okay, so we have 2 on the list. Just wave your hand if throughout the minister's remarks, if a question may come up in your mind, just give me a quick wave and I'll pay attention in the crowd. Well, amongst the 4 of us, we'll pay attention and we'll make sure you get on the list. So just being mindful of her time with us today. In other news, I want to acknowledge our elder who has already prayed for the food. We wanted to make sure our elders were fed. So following Minister Alty's remarks, we'll have a quick break so that everybody can eat. And then we'll start again. And then we'll start again after that. And we'll create some space for Ontario Regional Chief to provide a few marks right after lunch. Chief Brent. Chief Naganabi, do you have a question for the minister? We can, okay. Miigwech will put you on the list. Hmm? 12:30, any second. While we're waiting, we received a special guest this morning, our former political manager, Lynn Bowerman, who's joined us. She is now enjoying retirement for the second time. We're also going to have something special for her tonight. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already doubled that. So the minister is having a bit of tech issues, but she is logging in now. Yeah, I know.
Do we have any word on the arrival of the minister? I'm only saying that you are between the group and lunch. Yeah, well, that's it. We only have half an hour with the minister, so I'm hoping that they'll join us soon. Is there someone online who will keep us up to date in terms of when the minister is arriving or not arriving? I know we do have people with some dietary requirements, so I don't want to get in the way of anyone grabbing their lunch as we wait for the minister. I would just ask you eat quietly. And then staff will come and see the chiefs who are at the table if they need anything to eat. I wouldn't want to lose the chiefs at the table. If we can keep them here, we'll get some staff to go get some lunch for these two chiefs that just left the table. It's too late now. We'll have the staff sit down in lieu of the chiefs who left for lunch. I'm wondering if those who are in line could let the chiefs grab their lunch so they can come join the conversation with the minister. Do we have any word on the arrival of the minister? There she is. There she is. Fight almost broke out, Minister, but we were able to break it up. So welcome. I'll grant you.
Good afternoon, Minister Alty. Thank you so much for joining us, recognizing we have a very limited time with you. I shared with the leadership that we have about 15 minutes, so we have a list for chiefs who are going to ask you questions following your remarks, so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and apologies for being delayed. Just had some tech issues between my devices. But good afternoon, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Rebecca Alty. I'm the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations and the Member of Parliament for the Northwest Territories. I'm speaking to you today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I'd like to thank you to the Red Rock Indian Band for hosting, and to all chiefs, elders, leaders, and community members gathered here today. I truly appreciate the opportunity for us to come together in this hybrid moment to discuss our priorities. Gatherings like this bring together much needed expertise, lived experiences, and solutions grounded in your regional realities. Spaces like this matter because they ensure decisions are informed by those closest to the issues and rooted in the priorities of your communities. I know that you have a lot of topics to cover today, but I would like to speak briefly about some of the priorities that have been raised today. We know that First Nations in Ontario have concerns about the additions to a reserve process, I've heard that the process is often too slow, too complicated, and places too much burden on communities, and I've definitely seen that over the past year as minister. But I have committed to many over the past year that we are working to fix this. So my department has reviewed more than 1,300 recommendations from First Nations and partners across the country to help redesign the policy. Our goal is to make it simpler, the process faster, and more responsive to community needs, while addressing environmental concerns and resolving land title issues so future generations can use and enjoy their lands without barriers. As draft policies and directives become available, we will share them for your review. Your feedback will continue to guide this work together because stronger outcomes are possible when policies are shaped together from the beginning. This work is part of a broader effort to support Indigenous leadership and advance self-determination. I know another priority you've outlined is the ongoing work to address the legacy of residential schools. Earlier this year, we announced an additional $104 million for the Residential Schools Missing Children Community Support Fund. The call for proposals is now open, and I'd like to encourage communities and organizations to apply. To date, we've provided $284.2 million to support 165 community-led concerning rise in denialism online. And let me be absolutely clear. Any attempt to minimize or deny the horrific realities of the residential school system has no place in Canada. Countering denialism requires all of us to work together, and I welcome your ideas on how we can continue advancing truth, education, and awareness while addressing this harmful rhetoric. We've also continued important work alongside Anishinaabe partners and helping progress through agreements that recognize lawmaking authority in areas such as education, governance, citizenship, language, and culture. We're also making progress towards a self-government agreement focused on child and family well-being. These agreements matter because they reflect your priorities and your voice for future generations. I know I've covered a number of different topics, so I'll leave it there and I will turn it over to you for questions. But before I do want to take a quick moment to thank all of you. Your leadership, guidance, and voices are essential. They not only shape the work that we do today, but also help chart a path forward that is more responsive, more inclusive, and built on partnership. So once again, I want to thank you for your leadership and your partnership. I look forward to continuing this important work together. And with that, I will turn it over to you. Thank you, Merci Joe, and merci beaucoup.
Miigwech Minister Alti, I will go to Chief Joe Muskookman for the first question.
Thank you, Minister, for attending. I have a question with regard to land claims. Under Section 35(3) of the Constitution Act of Canada, it states, and I quote, "For greater certainty in subsection 1, treaty rights include rights that now exist by way of land claim agreements or may be so acquired." Currently, Chippewa is in the process of negotiating an 1834 treaty land claim where 3,200 plus acres were unlawfully taken from our community and continue to reside with the aliens in our territory. Could you please explain the policy that enables a First Nation to acquire and then acquire not only land, but acquire the jurisdiction and the administrative capability to manage their own land, if you have one?
Thank you for the question, Chief. I have to follow up on that specific case, but when it is coming to comprehensive agreements, it is an opportunity for the federal government, the First Nation, and the province or the territory to come together at the negotiating table and work through the details of the agreement. But if you'd like, I can follow up with more information on that specific case.
Thank you, but it is not a comprehensive agreement. It deals with specific claims, and nothing in section 35.3 outlines that acquiring jurisdiction for lands is exclusive to comprehensive claims. It does not specify that in the Canadian Constitution.
Right, and so you're working through the specific claims process. Is that if I could, Chief, perhaps we can set up a one-on-one meeting to discuss, just to understand the intricacies of what's being discussed.
Chief Muskogeman has accepted your offer. Next, I will go online to Chief Brent Niganabi from Mississauga First Nation.
Minister, that's my question. Same avenue, we're looking for a response on the municipal order from your government. We offered something progressive. We've been waiting 30 years for our negotiations and looking for that response, and also looking for a response on C-92. Our negotiations have been delayed since then, so
Good, Chief. Yes, I'll get my team to provide further details on that, and so we can connect. And then on C-92, I believe that would be with my colleague, Minister Galnasky, but I'll follow up with him on those two issues. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff Forbes, who's the Deputy Chief and our Head Councillor for Mississaugas of Scugog.
Miigwech Minister. The ministry is legally obligated to fund spec claims. There's now a cap on it. Scugog has been in spec claim research for years now. That's grinded to a halt. When is the ministry going to support spec claims research and spec claims properly so we can finish what we've started? Miigwech.
Miigwech for the question. So we are continuing to fund the specific claims research, and so if folks haven't had the chance yet, the application is open. And in regards to the 150 million, yes, that's the current cap for the claims tribunal, and for myself to approve claims. Anything over that, it requires a cabinet mandate, which I would work internally on.
Thank you, Minister. Next, I have Chief Gladys Thompson from Rocky Bay First Nation.
Good afternoon, Minister. Can you explain what policy forces CERNAC to make us choose between negotiating our title claim or our treaty annuity payments when both come from the same Robinson Superior Treaty and our people experience the land and the treaty together?
Thank you, Chief. I'll follow up on that question. I don't believe they're exclusive, so we'll just have to figure out what the extra detail is, or if there's any confusion on our end.
So, Miigwech, Minister, I don't know where to look, so I just want to reaffirm the commitment that your office made on your behalf, that you do plan on committing to additional time to our leadership here, our 39 nations at the Anishinaabe Nation, at a future date.
Yes, and I look forward to that. Thank you. We would.
All right, so perhaps what we'll also do, in addition to the follow-up for the questions asked by our chiefs and our proxy, that we will also support them with those written questions so that you can respond directly to their nations.
That would be great. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you for your time today, Minister. We look forward to seeing you soon. And don't forget about our nations.
No, definitely not.
thank you very much, Miigwech, and enjoy the rest. Take care.
Okay, miigwech.
Let's have some lunch. For those who haven't started, let's have some lunch. And let's reconvene here. I'll ask the drum to bring us back in at 1:30. So we'll give everyone a good 45 minutes to have their lunch. Miigwech, everyone, and we'll come back, finish our resolutions, and have our chief's discussion. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Awesome. Bonjour, Anine. I would like to reconvene if we can, s'il vous plaît. Just a note that whoever the heck was chairing in the morning, he's changed now. So if there are any complaints, I'll be sure to bring him to his attention. Yes, I should acknowledge Air Canada for finding my baggage and bringing it back to me. Mind you, I did increase my Gitch inventory. So I got some stuff from Walmart, so my drawer of underwear is a little fuller. And my sock drawer is also a little fuller now that and I got too much deodorant and toothpaste. All right. Are we ready to go? We stand reconvened. I would like to take us through the remainders of our resolutions we have. We've been working over the lunch to get it in order so we can actually bring it to you. We have some changes. Some from this day 2 will be brought to day 1, and some from day 1 will be brought to day 2. I stand corrected. We do have a special guest who's joining us today. I'm just looking around to see if Regional Chief Benedict is here. There he is. So we do have a special guest joining us today, Ontario Regional Chief Abram Benedict. I know we're surprising him at the last minute, but please help me welcome the Ontario Regional Chief. I think we have to sustain the applause until he arrives.
That was a great 5-minute warning over there. He tells me earlier, he says, I'll give you 5-minute warning before I invite you up. Sego, good afternoon, Ani. Bonjour. Thank you so much for making some time for me to bring some greetings. I think, what did he give me? 7 minutes? Sure. I want to acknowledge the drum, the bundos, the ceremony this morning that has kicked you off for the 3 days here at Anishinaabe Nation and bringing you together with our leadership, your leadership in the room. It's a great honor to address you, albeit at the last minute, not on the agenda, not invited, just Big Mohawk from down south shows up here and expects to be heard, but and I want to say, for accepting me into the circle today. Thank you to the 2 host communities, Chief Odawa and Chief Solomon, for the hosting the gathering. It's been a busy last couple months. I want to talk about a couple things, just some priority areas that we've been working on. Not only as the Ontario Regional Chief in our office, which is a mighty office of about 3 people, but the Chiefs of Ontario as well, which is an organization of about 100 people that works and supports all of you in the work that not only do as a Anishinaabe Nation, but as the regional advocacy body supporting your mandates in your communities in the ways that have been set out for you. I have the great privilege of working with our Leadership Council, who Grand Council Chief Dabaski is a very strong advocate for your region and our region together, and the work that we do, not only as a Chiefs of Ontario, but this wonderful region that we all live in and support. One of the privileges, or depends on how you look at it, is working with the Assembly of First Nations. I also have an executive seat there at the AFN. And I continuously remind federal, provincial partners about how amazing this region is and how the important work that's happening in our region. As many of you know, I was a member of council and helped lead the community of Akwesasne for a number of years as the Grand Chief there. And I know that the challenges that each and every one of you face as community leadership, as elected council members, is great. The times that we live in, whether it be the cost of living, racism, the geopolitical times that are around us impacts each and every one of your nations. And I want to say, and I want to acknowledge your hard work and dedication and commitment. And I know that it's not easy. I know the demands upon you as leadership is great. But I know there's a lot of great things that's happening in your community. And that's what brings me pride to be able to talk about not only the challenges that you face, but also the great things that are happening and the opportunities that exist. As I sat in the back room and listened to all of your regional chiefs, provide remarks and talk about their priority areas, lots of great work happening in your regions, but also lots of great initiatives underway and under development, and which talk about the acknowledgement around relationship building and seizing upon the opportunities that exist now, and what that means. We know that Canada and Ontario are working hard to secure the economy, right? And Buy Canada want to reduce their reliance on the United States for many good reasons, and some reasons that may be short-sighted at the same time. And so what are those opportunities that exist in the work that you do, not only as a Anishinaabeg Nation, but as individual communities? And how do we ensure that as the regional office, the work that we do is bringing together those opportunities with the Anishinaabeg Nation or your communities directly, so that you're taking one, that those relationships are being created, that the partners, the proponents understand and know who you are and why it's so fundamentally important it is about that relationship, that understanding around respect with you. And what that means is what the treaty relationship means with each and every one of you in this room and the government, but also the fiduciary, but also why it is that our nations exercise our inherent jurisdiction, your inherent jurisdiction, in a way that is done, what that means and what those opportunities are around that. Many of you have heard me speak about how important that community jurisdiction is. Not only when I was a community leader in my community in 2 provinces, 2 countries, 1 state, why it was so important for a necessity, but at the same time, how important that is to our people and our existence. And so a lot of speaking that I do, whether it be at the regional level, national level, forums of people that want to work with First Nations, people that don't want to work with First Nations, people that understand our communities, and people that don't understand our communities, is I always reiterate that jurisdiction and sovereignty, what that means, Section 35, what that means from your lens. And that's not a story that I tell without a better understanding from each and every you in this room, and we do that together. There's a few of the different areas that I just wanted to touch upon quickly as well, and this is this citizenship business around S2, and I know that a few of the regional chiefs talked about that. There are some resolutions that you have. We do have a regional position on that, and that is that the government acknowledge our community's ability to determine who those citizens are, and that should translate into registry. I know the second generation discussion is advancing in the Government of Canada's processes, and I know that one of the things that I have sent to all ministers around this stuff is that they will inevitably fix that legislation, but it will create more problems, and there are more problems will come from this. There will be no end to the government legislating who are and who isn't Indians or First Nations. And that's why it's extremely important that belongs with your communities, your nations, as you exercise that jurisdiction and sovereignty of determining who your citizens are. And that's the message that we bring to Ottawa, and we're going to continue to advance that. The additions to reserve process is something that's been very, very onerous. Each and every one of you in this room likely have had an interaction with that. But it is a priority area for myself to ensure that we are finding solutions to some of these ATRs, not from a legislative process, but more of a practical. And so we've been pushing hard on Ontario to develop an additions to reserve secretariat, because we see that many nations say, many other regions, and folks in this room will say, why is it in that province they can get an ATR done in 2 years, sorry, and here we're waiting 25, 30 years, which is unacceptable. in many ways, and blocks community development. It also has a huge detriment on community. That's because the land regime in Ontario is quite unique, archaic, and is very comprehensive. Because there are mining claims, there's right-of-ways, there's easements, there's old patents that don't make any sense anymore. And so you take that all and try to find a way to mitigate all that into returning that to reserve status. And so what I've been pushing hard on Ontario, put more people on the admitted ATR files so that these mitigations can be done quicker. Because there's probably 6 people in Ontario working on ATRs on behalf of the 133 communities that potentially could have an ATR. That's not acceptable. And so that's part of the push that we've been doing. Yes, there is a national process on policy review, which I think that they've gotten wrong a couple times, and we're probably going to hear announcements of them changing the additions to reserve transformation to something else. And I've been pushing hard on the government to listen to the experts on the ground, the Ontario Land Managers Associations, the National Land Managers Association, the people who actually understand how these things work, so that when they make these changes, that it's making an impactful difference. And we're moving back from 25 years, at least, a couple of years, ideally, under 10 years or 5 would be better. And I know we heard from the minister this morning, and I was talking to one of the gentlemen out back and said, did the minister say that she was giving our land back? And I said, I think what she said was, I'll get back to you. We might have misinterpreted what she said. Unfortunately, she didn't say, I'm giving your land back. And that's, part of the work that we continue to do at the regional office. Just on the policing aspect, there's something that I wanted to just highlight really quickly with you. I know that regionally and nationally, we have a resolution just saying that we want to have First Nations police legislation, which makes sense to have. What we haven't heard from this government, the current government, is that this continues to be a priority for them. We know that the AFN had a joint process for development of First Nation legislation around policing. There's been zero response from the government thus far on that. And so I know that part of our push, rightfully so, is to have that legislation so that sustainable, equitable funding is attached to the police services for our communities. And so part of the messaging that I have been pushing forward in Ottawa around police services is, yes, we still want First Nation police legislation to make our police services essential. But in the interim, if the government's not prepared to restart that code development process around legislation, then what they need to do is make a 5-year investment into First Nation drug units, so that there are additional resources for our policing agencies to hire more officers to combat the drug trafficking and the drug elements that are happening in our communities. Because not a single community that I have spoken to their police force is dealing with drugs. And I've heard in all of these forums that I've been in where the drugs are implicating our communities, organized is implicating our communities, and that's having great detriment to our community. But what's happening is that our police services are still expected to do community policing. They're still expected to door knocks. They're still expected to show up to calls that are, important to community about disputes, but they're dealing with the drugs all the time. And so if the federal government, what I have said to them at many levels, make an investment into creating more First Nation what I've said is drug enforcement units. It doesn't have to be an actual unit, just more resources under the auspice of drug enforcement for First Nations. And nationally, that means that the RCMP as well would receive additional monies for that. Because part of my experience in enforcement and in trafficking of people, drugs, commodities, is the information sharing intelligence is extremely important. And for our First Nation police officers to participate in the information sharing amongst all of the other things that they have to do as police officers is quite difficult. Our police are an important element to keeping communities safe from an intelligence level as well. And so what we have seen Canada respond with, national initiatives around border security and fentanyl if the government of Canada makes a 5-year investment to First Nation policing for the purpose of drug trafficking, I think that plays into the narrative of them doing something to appease the Americans, because as we know, there's a lot of the things that they've been doing is to show America that they're securing the borders, stopping the fentanyl, which is real, but our people play an important role in that. And so we're pushing hard on getting the government to make a short-term 5-year investment around that. And so I wanted to just share that with you. Excuse me. The other element that I wanted to speak about briefly is the planning for the First Minister's meeting. I know that Chief Muskokomen has been talking a lot about that. And, as I mentioned earlier, part of the role that I have is working with the Assembly of First Nations. And they have been, kind of having these town halls and putting out these, these documents of what we've heard. I've been pushing very hard on the executive, the national chief, and the Assembly of First Nations to pare down to a strategy. Because I don't want another session like we've seen last year in July, where all of our leadership came together, met with the Prime Minister, took pictures, heard presentations, walked away, nothing changed, right? This is an opportunity that we have with the premiers and with the Prime Minister to advance some constructive conversations. What I have said is that what we need to have is a process coming from that meeting to talk about the land and the treaty relationship aspect. Now, I know that what we have seen a lot of pairing out to be is around programming, which is extremely important to all of our nations in many ways. But I think there's a couple elements that we need to consider. Is that as Canada tries to secure the economy, Canada wants to extract resources, Ontario wants to extract resources in the north. One of the biggest elements that Canada is trying to do is get more investments into this country. One of the leverages we have is that the uncertainty that has been created around whose land is the land issue. There's 2 decisions in Canada right now, one in the east, one in the west, that talk about the fee simple and the underlying title. British Columbia says that there's underlying title belongs to the First Nations. There's one in the Maritimes that says completely opposite. There's a lot of uncertainty. And if we leverage this now and say, look, we want certainty as well. We want certainty on our lands. We want certainty on that relationship. So part of the First Minister's meeting, I'm pushing hard, and we'll be having more discussions about this in the coming weeks. You'll be having more here in your assembly, at our assembly in a couple weeks with Chiefs Ontario, and we'll be having more sessions about this, is that we need to convince the government that we're gonna have a segue process into that relationship there, because there will be no certainty around land if the government and us do not come to what that certainty means. And that means no investments in large project development until we have been part of that conversation. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that this is some of the thinking we're doing. I'm pushing the AFN to pick that up a bit. They are very apprehensive on this because they do want to do just programming conversation. Because what they are fearful of is that if you get the premiers, the Prime Minister in the room, and you say you want to talk about treaty relationship and fiduciary, they're gonna walk out of the room right away. And that's the reality of what the AFN is thinking. So it's not that conversation can't be had, it's just how do we strategically make sure we're having a constructive conversation around that, and we have a segue into a process where we can move forward around that. And so those are a few of the things that I wanted to just give high level. I know we'll be in a couple weeks in Chief Williams' territory at the Rama First Nation for our annual gathering. The last area that I wanted to just touch on, and I hear lots about this from the federal government and the provincial government, and I think this is something we need to think about collectively, is territorial overlap. Now, I know that we have seen a lot about this around rights assertion from groups that don't have any rights, but we're having the same problem, the same occurrences happening amongst ourselves. And this is going to continue to happen as large projects are developed across our region, where proponents come in, they want to build something, and communities are fighting with where one community begins and one community ends. And I know this is a very difficult conversation. I think that protocols and ceremony have always been used amongst our people when there's overlap. This is something we need to think about, because what we're seeing is that once a proponent or a project comes on the table, this is when the relations become very difficult and the emotions become high. We need to think about protocols before we get there. And I think that that will continue to be a challenge that we're going to see amongst ourselves. And then as the Grand Council Chief mentioned in her opening remarks, that unity is challenged by that. And so we need to think about how we can, how are we together going to support one another and address those territorial overlap issues, which also builds into, where does community end and where does treaty territory begin? Because we see in situations where communities have embraced the development of certain projects and are saying we're going through this process, but the question is, where is the impacts to treaty and where does treaty come out versus community come out? And that's something that we're going to continue to see as we see these resource developments occur across this region and across this country. So with that, again, Yangoa, for the opportunity, thank you for the 7 minutes and the 5-minute warning that'll be coming up here. I'll be here for the rest of the afternoon. And I want to say, Miigwech Yangoa, for the time you've given me this afternoon. Yeah, sure.
So we're just going to open the floor to see if anyone has any questions for ORC at this time. Scott? Regional Chief Scott McLeod.
Miigwech for that, Regional Chief. It's not really a question, but maybe just a comment on the one part that you spoke about regards to drugs in our community and drug use. And it's great to hear that there's a push to get police officers more resourced when it comes to dealing with drug enforcement. But one of the major problems, and I know this, my son is a drug enforcement officer, and the problem is the courts. And there needs to be some legislative changes because our officers work with whatever resources they have, to build these cases, and they have to jump through all of these hoops and make sure everything's dotted and T's are crossed, and only to get there at the end and it either be thrown out on a technicality or plead to a lesser sentence, and quite often being dismissed, and those drug traffickers, many which are our own community members, by the way, are out by the next day. And it's just a revolving door, and it's because of the courts. So we need some push on that as well as resourcing our officers, because we can pile on as much money as we can with the police, but if the courts are just turning them back out on the streets, then it's kind of a frivolous battle there.
Yeah. No, absolutely, I agree. And one of the conversations we've been having actually in the last couple of months is with some representatives from New Zealand, and they have some very, their relationship with the Maori there is in the Constitution, quite robust. And specifically yesterday, we had a call with one of the commissioners from the New Zealand Police talking specifically about that restorative justice and what role the police actually play in a restorative justice approach on certain areas, right? Because yes, I completely agree, but what's happening is that every other crime from this big to this big is in the system, and it's just overbearing, right? I don't believe in putting more of our people in jail, but I definitely believe that the ones that are coming in and out of it, like rotating circle and selling drugs into our community, is not working either. Right?
Okay, Chief LaRocca, you have to hold down and hold it while you're talking.
Okay. Sorry, I'm new. I wanted to say quickly, just a quick note. I met at the Lands Board, National Lands Management Board 30th anniversary celebration. It was at Georgina Island, and it was a small gathering. They didn't want to do a big thing, which was unfortunate. But anyway, I digress. But the Minister Gulmasti was there, and I asked her directly, like, this $10 million that you're mentioning around ATR reform, like, is that for actual reform, or is it for support to the existing bureaucracy? And she told me it was to support existing bureaucracy. So just pointing that out and, you know, yeah.
We want that 10 million put into the NALMA and the OMAs of the world because they are the people that understand it. The bureaucracy has had many kicks at the can on the ATR to reform it and has done nothing. Like in the last reform process, several millions of dollars gone into it with, you know, oh, we're gonna change a form. The minister agrees that we're gonna change a form. I'm like, what the heck is that? That is not helping communities. And so we're going to be pushing hard that any reform is to the technical experts. These people, the NALMA and OMAs of the world, will
Don't forget
help
Lands
you.
Advisory Board.
That's right, get over the lines, right? Not policy reform that has failed several times.
Yeah, Miigwech, thanks.
Hold the button, Charlotte.
Try again.
There.
I'm sure someone else has a burning question
There
for
you
you.
go. One thing I miss about not being a community leader is these forums like this when they would come up and really mad and tell you, you know, like you're doing a terrible job and why didn't you fix the potholes or why did I get evicted? Come on, somebody's gonna have something difficult. No.
I'm sure there's someone online that wants to do
There we
that.
go,
There we
yes.
go.
You wore that suit last time.
Oh, I did, eh? God. Just recycling and through them. I actually may have. I was thinking about that too when I came in. I said, what did I wear last time?
Okay, we have someone online. Chief Bell, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. This is a common question, I guess, for ORC. I thank you for coming to the assembly. Although I'm there virtually, I am part of it. I'm listening, I'm partaking. But one of the things, circling back to the policing aspect of it, hiring additional staff is definitely important and definitely we definitely need after spending, you know, my complete career in that environment. But I think that along with that comes a lot of training for our officers that work in the First Nation, because we don't and never had that opportunity to be specific for drug enforcement. Along with that, an opportunity for our interested members in the Indigenous Police Services or that are still under the umbrella of the OPP is to do some work or partnerships or some mentorship with the provincial undercover operators, along with the various drug squads they have within the province. That would just give them a lot of mentorship and solidify their awareness and also the authority and also the understanding of what really happens and how it happens and why it happens and where it happens and all those kinds of things. And the need to, and additionally on that is the need to coexist with justice workers and the social field. It's not just a policing matter. And you are absolutely right when, you know, an officer deals with an offender, you know, the officer's responsibility is to ensure that it gets to court. And once it gets there, then it's out of police hands and whatever happens in court happens. So I think that, you know, we need to really push the justice sector to work towards working on with the courts and with our social workers to really come up and strategize on how we're going to get these people once they're, the best time to grab these people is when they're on court orders and or incarcerated. And that's when you can put parameters and guardrails around them for their behaviors. So that's just one of my suggestions. So I hope that that's takes into consideration. Miigwech?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just part of the breakdown of what the messaging is really is to get that investment in there, but there's a lot of elements to it. I mean, the enforcement, the training, absolutely. You know, being a former officer, I mean, we make the investment today, you will not get officers on the ground for another three years, you know, at least 2 years. But the tools, the surveillance tools, the ability to information share, our First Nations officers' ability to share into systems of intelligence is those big lacking areas. One of the things too that I didn't mention in my remarks, we don't have a regional community wellness and safety strategy. We have pockets of that. And as you know, the regional office works on mandates. And I think that part of a community safety wellness strategy exactly is those elements and those overlaps of areas and breaking down those silos to support, this epidemic that's impacting our communities in so many ways. And so kind of putting that out there, that's something we need to consider. It was Chief LaRocca had to.
Regional Chief Muskokaman, did you have anything to say? Go ahead,
Sorry,
Chief
it's all
LaRocca.
good. I just wondered, what's the strategy going forward to deal with outdoor education for youth and children? Because right now, the Toronto District School Board just released, I think, 5 of 7 outdoor ed centers. They are kind of the benchmark for other school boards across the province. So if they're gonna start offloading them, which we know Ford wanted the Toronto Island one for his gravy plane, but are we looking into that at all? I'm gonna bring a resolution forward to the coup, but I should have brought this table too, but I still can, okay, good. But, I just wondered if there's any conversation around that. Like, they're not listening at all, and because they've gutted conservation authorities, there's going to be no opportunity for outdoor ed, which they used to provide a lot of.
Yeah, no, there is not. There's not a regional strategy or a conversation happening. There's a lot of, pocketed. I think that there's a lot of opportunity in that. One of the things I've been talking about with large project development is exactly that. Communities need to be part of their processes with proponents around project development. Needs to be capacity building, right? I mean, there's a lot of capacity building that's not happening for large project development. That's going to be a loss, right? And I think that this is exactly that. If our role in protecting the environment is very vital and sacred and responsibility that we have, but we need to translate that into our agreements for project development. Look, you're going to fund our officers to do this work because this mine, this logging development, this transmission line is going to be there forever, which means we have to do our part in that, right? I mean, I think we have to see some innovative ways to build capacity around development like that. But is there a regional strategy? No. Should there be? Yes. Can we do better? Absolutely.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you very much, ORC, for your presentation. My question has to deal with the First Minister's Conference coming this fall. I agree with you that the AFN agenda at this point is dribble. It has nothing substantive within it that would cause a constitutional conference or a constitutional amendment. I'm asking that Ontario form its own First Minister's Conference working group for the Constitution and look at 1 or 2, at most 3 suggestions to go forward to the AFN to shift that agenda within the next month or so. It seems to me that 40 years ago, we left a lot of unfinished business on the table that still has to deal with treaties, still has to deal with resources, still has to deal with land base for First Nations, and to deal with things like, although they are important, program areas that are underfunded by the federal government, then there should be just a bilateral discussion between the AFN and the federal government. There's nothing to cause the First Ministers to be at that meeting. And I think it's important that, given all of the legal victories that the First Nations have made in the last 40 years as they've advanced our theory from back then to reality of today. And I think we should not back away from treaty. Whether or not the provinces want to hear that or not, that's irrelevant. Treaty is a fact of life. Treaty is historical. It's constitutionalized. It's a legal obligation. And I don't think we should back away from it. We give them the opportunity to walk out. Well, walk out. Go ahead. But that doesn't resolve the treaty issue. And we should never give up on that. And we should look forward on how we advance our rights within the Constitution that affirms our rights. Southern Ontario is 90% taken up of third-party interest. So our Section 35 rights are essentially covered up by fee simple rights. And so the question about, does Aboriginal title still remain on pre-Confederation treaties? I contend it does. There's nowhere that I've read in any pre-Confederation treaty that surrenders Aboriginal title to our land. We've never surrendered airspace. And we're in a hotel where planes are flying constantly across this hotel. And yet Canada is collecting taxes on airspace. So I think we get back to the fundamentals. The relationship with Canada, treaty, and First Nation people, the rightful owners of this country. And I don't think we should give up on that. So I would urge you to speak to the other PTOs and independents to see whether or not they're of like-mindedness so that we could come and present a solid position behind Ontario on what our premier agenda item is for that conference and focus on that in terms of not only substance, but in terms of strategy. Miigwech.
Yeah. No, you know, for that, Chief Muskoka, I wholeheartedly agree. I think that in my comments earlier was using the auspice, the uncertainty around the land is the avenue as to why they should have that conversation. Because if we don't, we're going to run into other situations where large product development is not happening because we are asserting that you know, these are treaty lands that are covered by our treaty, and we need to solve it before anything happens on it, right? So the message that I've been pushing forward and will continue to at the federal and provincial level is that the land question is why we need to have these conversations. Because otherwise, as we continue to see these court decisions that are real, the uncertainty will continue to exist. And we're here to help clarify that. We want certainty as much as you do, and it's going to be around this sort of conversation. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Regional Chief Benedict, you're scurrying away too fast. I just wanted to say Chimigwech for joining us today. Fun fact, I texted him last night. I'm like, I got a weird email thread from your staff asking about the agenda. But what they forgot to say is ORC is wondering if he could attend. And of course, he's always welcome at our assembly. And I texted him this morning, and in a teasing way, I said, we're going to charge you $225 for a registration fee. So Chimigwech, Ontario Regional Chief, for attending, and and thank you for taking questions from our leadership, Miigwech.
Just a couple reminders before we jump into the resolutions, just to let all the chiefs know if you can sign in both in the morning and the afternoon. And also to remind everyone a couple of times about the drum social tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. Those watching the live stream in Thunder Bay can come as well. So if you're at Thunder Bay in the area, we're inviting you down to the Valhalla for our celebration from 6 to 8 p.m. this evening. We got extra snacks. I'd like to move to the resolution. I'd like to group the resolutions by topic or theme. The first three I'd like to tackle are around lands and resources. Just so you can find it in your binders, I'll be looking at lands and resources, the Canada Nature Fund, the consultation for mining exploration, and the species at risk resolutions, which under tab 2, I believe, of your binder, or the tab 1. Tab 1 of your binder. There should be some briefings under tab 1 of your binder as well as a draft of the resolutions. The final drafts are before me here with some movers and seconders that have probably not been identified in your kit. I'll give you a few moments to find those. So again, Canada Nature Fund, consultation for mining exploration, and species at risk. Our first resolution is on the Canada Nature Fund, moved by Michelle Solomon, Chief Michelle Solomon, seconded by Chief Jerry Duquette. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Solomon.
Good afternoon. I'll do my best to speak to this resolution, and I guess when I've finished having my opportunity to speak, if there's anything that's left unsaid, then perhaps Chief Jerry can pick that up. So just to give a little bit of background, on March 31st, 2026, a Force of Nature, Canada's Strategy to Protect Nature announcement was made with dollars of $3.8 billion was announced. This follows an announcement in 2024 with, sorry, I'm missing my notes here. Bear with me, please. So in 2024, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada released Canada's 2030 Nature Strategy. This strategy was halting and reversing biodiversity loss in Canada. So this funding supports that strategy. I guess there was some inaccuracies regarding the funding announcement. That has since been clarified. One of those misunderstandings was that the Métis Nation Council received funding for this, and also the Friendship Center did receive funding in this. I don't know how relevant that is to this topic, but just to give you a little bit of that background. Further to that, it's important to note that there is 3 pillars within this strategy, and there's 15 or 20 pockets of funding that fall under those pillars. So many of the Anishinaabe First Nation communities access these Canada Nature Funds for specific First Nation-led projects such as species at risk and conservation efforts that restore or protect areas and restore habitat areas. It's really important to note here that the Anishinaabe Nation does not compete for funds that benefit the First Nations directly. So there are recommendations supporting the application for funding under part of this strategy. One of those being Indigenous-led conservation, which is a significant part of the strategy. With that, I think that, you know, I don't know, I think those are the highlights of the funding that's available. And there is a recommendation that Anishinaabe Nation do apply for certain aspects of this funding. I don't know if you have anything to add, Chief.
Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chief Duquette from Nokees. I think in realities, as we've been hearing this morning, that true partnerships are there and we can create our own, and especially with our own strategic plan, development is coming, and we have to be in the forefront to ensure that lands are protected, lands enable our nations also to be able to look at projects, but look at it in a good way. And the partnerships also between the OFRC is essential. You know, it's a sister, for lack of better words, organization that we own. So I think in collaboration with everyone, it's a great way to be actually at the table, not to be told, but actually have our voices heard.
Thank you, Chief. Any other conversation or items that were brought to the table? Seeing none, I'll read in the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct and support the Grand Council Chief to seek funding and create an Anishinaabe Nation Nature Strategy. Anishinaabe Nations Nature Strategy. Tongue twister for some reason. That would prioritize Anishinaabe First Nations-led conservation, use of traditional knowledge, and assertion of jurisdiction. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation to advocate and support a partnership between Environment Climate Change Canada and the Anishinaabe Ontario Fisheries Resource Centre As the AOFRC scientific work aligns with the federal focus on aquatic species, collaborative management, especially habitat restoration and monitoring. And 3, direct and support the Grand Council Chief to seek a seat at the Federal Experts Task Force on Natural Capital Accounting and Nature Financing to support the discussion that will develop recommendations and explore how to measure nature's economic value and redirect private investment towards protecting nature. I look to the floor to see if there's any chiefs who are opposed to this resolution. Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none, the Canada Nature Fund resolution is passed by consensus. Thank you. Consultation for mining exploration. Moved by Chief Tainer Simpson and seconded by Lori Hockaday, Chief Lori Hockaday. Do the movers and the seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Chief Simpson.
Miigwech, Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I would like to present this resolution on the inadequate consultation process for mining and mineral exploration and the impacts it is having on the Anishinaabe people. I am bringing this resolution forward as a concerned leader of the Michissagi of Alderville First Nation. The 4 Michissagi communities have time and time again expressed frustration with the early exploration processes and the lack of meaningful consultation required. Recently, the Minister of Energy and Mines were consulting on 2 proposed early exploration permits that were of particular concern to us. These proposed activities are located in the immediate vicinity of known and registered hunting and trapping territories of Michissagi citizens and lands recently acquired by Alderville First Nation. The 4 communities have submitted a formal joint response to both proposals, which has further been supported by a letter directly from Grand Council Chief Debosagi to Minister Stephen Lecce. Currently, Anishinaabe Nation staff, the Northern Superior Regional Chief, beside me here, lands portfolio holders, as well as members of Leadership Council sit on the Mining Joint Advisory Committee, the JAC, while the JAC has been beneficial in establishing a relationship and discourse, significant progress in advancing consultation processes have been slow to come from that relationship. The resolution comes at a critical time. The current provincial and federal governments are expediting processes in the name of economic growth and development objectives. Sorry. This puts First Nations at risk by further reducing already minimal consultation processes. With this resolution, I hope to gain your support to advance the following recommendations. Firstly, to direct Grand Council Chief to engage with Ontario Minister of Energy and Mines, and secondly, to direct the Anishinaabe Nation departments as assigned to engage with Ontario Ministry of Energy and Mines to address concerns relating to the consultation process and scope associated with early and advanced mining exploration as identified under the Mining Act RSO 1990 CM.14 and associated regulations and policies. Miigwech for your consideration of this resolution.
Thank you, Chief Simpson. The second, Chief Hockaday will speak.
Miigwech. Lori Hockaday, Curve Lake First Nation. I just want to add on quickly by supporting the resolutions. We are asserting the consultation must move beyond the box checking exercises and toward genuine partnership. This is essential not for only protecting our lands and resources, but for upholding our inherent rights, responsibilities, and to future generations. So I just wanted to add that last addition on for Chief Tainer there.
Thank you, Chief Hockaday. I open the floor for any conversation or discussion on this resolution. Seeing none, I'll read the whereas or the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs in Assembly, direct the Grand Council Chief to engage with the Ontario Minister of Energy and Mines to address concerns relating to the consultation process and scope associated with early and advanced mining exploration, as identified under the Mining Act RSO 1990, CM14, and associated regulations and policies, And 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Lands and Resources Department or other assigned department to engage with Ontario to address concerns relating to the consultation process and scope associated with early and advanced mining exploration as identified under the Mining Act, RSO 1990 CM14, and associated regulation policy. I look to the floor to see if there are any chiefs opposed to this resolution. Seeing none, do any chiefs wish to abstain from the resolution? Seeing none, resolution on consultation for mining exploration is passed by consensus. Thank you. Let's applaud the chiefs for bringing that forward and getting it passed. It also helps me to know there's still people out there. All right, next one, species at risk. Moved by Chief or Proxy Sherry Crowley, and moved or seconded by Chief LaRocca. I got it right? Do our mover and seconder, species at risk. Do I have different movers and seconders? I got these crossed out and new ones put in. I had Proxy from Aamjiwnaang, Sherry Crawley, right here, and I had Chief LaRocca. I'm just making sure they have it up here. Yes. LaRocca, Chief LaRocca, yes. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution? Proxy Crowley.
Sherry spelled with an I. So this resolution stems from the Anishinaabe people relying on the Aki, Nebe, and all beings and resources within the Anishinaabe territory. The Anishinaabe assertion of jurisdiction over those lands, waters, beings, and resources impacts to Aki species, including their habitat, as impacts to inherent and treaty rights. As such, the provincial and federal government have a duty to consult and accommodate on matters relating to species at risk. I'm looking for your support for this resolution, as a resolution speaks for itself. Miigwech.
Thank you. Chief LaRocca.
Yeah, I would second those remarks and just say I conferred with my council member, Deputy Chief Jeff Forbes, and he said, it just needs to get done, Kel, it just needs to get done. We need to take jurisdiction over that. I said, I totally agree with you. Anyway, so miigwech for bringing this forward.
Thank you. I open the floor for any conversation or discussion on the resolution. Seeing none, I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, direct and support the Grand Council Chief to advocate and call on both the federal and provincial governments that the Anishinaabe First Nations require sustainable capacity funding to support First Nations-led projects for species at risk. And 2, direct the Grand Council Chief to remind both the federal and provincial governments of their fiduciary duty to consult and accommodate with the Anishinaabe First Nations on resource development matters that impact species at risk within their traditional and or treaty territories. I look to the floor for chiefs who might be opposed to this resolution. Seeing none, do any of the chiefs wish to abstain? Seeing none, the species at risk resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech. Our next resolution is on Anishinaabe Nation leadership, 5-year Anishinaabe Moan language plan. Oops. Moved by, oh, sorry, we moved our two species at risk. If we can do one next resolution. 5-year Anishinaabe-Moan language plan. Moved by Chief Irene Kells. Is Chief Kells here? Thank you. And seconded by Chief Pearl Windebunce. Thank you, Chief. Do the movers and seconders wish to speak to the resolution?
Noya, men om jag any dish the cost for condo them. Object now I get the nation manda shichagadek the plan.
Oh. You'll have to have your
No,
neighbor.
it's go Kinawaya shichagani wish get to what we nakit mot manda nishnabem win. Mishkani Gikwach me go manda we magish got to object now get kitchishich game and king pinish nabem ying. Mishkani manda engineer magish got to Ishkato.
You got Chief? Do the seconder wish to speak to the resolution? I didn't have to wait for the translation. Does anyone else wish to speak to the resolution? Seeing no one? Sure. Do we have a microphone for our guests in the back? Yes, we have one here.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Nene Magnak. Begin conduction. Nipigin given Jaba. Gikino or the walk no magic. Ni wajik no magic. Ni Gishapska na the Shmandaga Kinomo. Begin conduct much talk, Nisnabe mot. Moshkin go in Snabe mok, Zitchgat, we got non go, we zitchgat. Ab just going to get to Pete and Mark Gundak, Gabishachik or there, Pachinak a much starjek winish nabemot. Chippy 10 out manda a among, and it's nabemchik. Up jigo, Gdakch Naki me. We job with towing manda gedinoena. Mi gwet go ik is job with towing eawing. Nishnabek daume. Mi de shwig enwengeba. Nishnabek anu etko. Mi wigen enwengeba. Up just go get your pit and mark when the go the gakino magusechek. Gishops come out where I kanomo. Up just go nishin. Naha mi we get kidiam. Mi gwetch gives in doyek. Naha.
Miigwech. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the resolution? Seeing none, I'll read the let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, approve the development of a 5-year Anishinaabe-Moan language revitalization plan, which will include data collection and analysis in support of the Wani Jiwabag Nagi Shiwin strategic plan. That was awful. Which speaks to my need to speak Anishinaabe-Moan as part of this plan. Ensure the Anishinaabe-Moan Department continues its support to the Anishinaabe-Moan Nigani Wood and Enkitmaji Wi Abizitun Anishinaabe-Moan Language Revitalization Committee to finalize the 5-year plan. Direct the Grand Council Chief to continue to call upon all levels of government to recognize and support ongoing and sustainable funding for Anishinaabe-Moan language revitalization while ensuring such advocacy does not adversely affect any funding applications or allocations for First Nation communities within the Anishinaabe Nation. And 4, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to regularly report on progress and outcomes of the 5-year Anishinaabe-Moan language plan to the chiefs in assembly. Are there any chiefs opposed to this resolution? Does any chief wish to abstain? Seeing none, the resolution for the 5-year Anishinaabe-Moan language plan is passed by consensus. Miigwech.
I'll see if this is low enough for me. The next, I'll do the next 5, you can do the next 10. The next resolution speaks to the support for Namagusagagan First Nation as a near ban. I have the mover as Chief Tainer Simpson and the seconder as Chief Gary Duquette. Would any of you like to speak to the resolution? Chief Tainer?
Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I just want to say that we support this resolution and are asking for everyone else's support. Miigwech.
Okay, Chief Duquette.
No further comment.
Now? I'd like to open the floor. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to speak to this? Recommend this resolution? I see Grand Council Chief has stepped to the plate. I'll move aside.
Miigwech, Chief Pavla asked me to share some information that she's had prepared, and I'm happy to do so. The Anishinaabe Nation has been supporting Chief Pavla's community for many years, and we feel that it's important that our assembly understands some of the background, as this continuously also gets brought up at the Chiefs of Ontario meeting. So by way of background, Namagusagagan First Nation is seeking 2 forms of recognition: recognition as a band under the Indian Act and recognition as a historic rights-bearing Aboriginal collectivity within the meaning of Section 35. At its core, this matter arises from a long-standing Crown error. The evidence demonstrates that Namagusagagan First Nation existed historically as a distinct Indigenous collectivity in the Collins area, but was effectively overlooked and administratively erased by Canada and later consolidated and administered Indigenous communities through the Lake Nipigon band structure and neighboring band lists. For approximately 25 years, they have attempted to obtain recognition and clarity from Canada regarding its status. During that period, the central challenge has not been the absence of evidence, it has been Canada's inability or unwillingness to establish a clear pathway to recognition and make a decision. The community has been pursuing recognition since at least 2001. Federal officials themselves acknowledge that Canada has been aware of this issue for decades. At various points, the community was directed back and forth, cycling through different procedural avenues with changing advice, which including litigation, special claims processes, and the new band amalgamation policy. However, none of these pathways provided a workable route to its recognition. As early as 2010, Canada acknowledged that new band amalgamation policy was restrictive, lengthy, expensive, and had not resulted in the creation of a new band in Ontario for many years. It was suggested that the community take a course of litigation. Then they were told to use a different policy, and they did, and the federal government couldn't identify or clearly identify a number of their own requirements. Internal discussions disclosed by Canada reflected officials acknowledging that there were no particular templates and no real test. As a result, the community could not know what it was working towards. Although there is now a clear process following the mandamus litigation, many of the underlying concerns remain. Canada continues to identify additional information gaps and request further rounds of evidence. The process has evolved into a continually expanding evidentiary exercise in which NFN is repeatedly asked to supplement an already extensive historical record. One of the most significant challenges is the community still lacks visibility into the standard being applied. It remains unclear, what level of proof Canada considers sufficient, whether the existing record is close to satisfying that standard, whether Canada views the remaining requests as addressing relatively minor evidentiary gaps, or whether Canada believes substantial deficiencies remain. In practical terms, the community is being asked to continue producing evidence without any meaningful ability to assess where it stands in relation to the decision-making threshold. So after more than 2 decades, there is a legitimate concern that delay itself becomes the outcome. Community leadership, elders, researchers, and community members continue to devote significant time and resources to responding to new requests. There is a growing concern that Canada may ultimately prevail through attrition rather than through the strength of its position on its merits. The concern is not simply delay, it is the possibility that communities become exhausted by a process that never clearly indicates what evidence is enough or when a decision will be made. So the evidentiary record before Canada is extensive. There's been oral histories, archival records, genealogical evidence, historical reports, census records, church records, Hudson Bay Company materials, treaty-related materials, and community knowledge. The evidence establishes the existence of a distinct Indigenous collectivity in the Collins area before Treaty 1850, continuity of that collectively after treaty, continuity of membership over time, continuity between the historical community and present day, and maintenance of a distinct collective identity despite administrative dispersal onto neighboring band lists. The most recent genealogical report further confirms that present-day members descend directly from the historical community, and the community has maintained continuity to present day. So the remaining issue then becomes around continuing areas of inquiry concerns governance and political organization. Canada continues to seek evidence regarding historical chiefs, leadership structures, and governance systems extending as far back as possible. The community's position is not that the political organization did not exist. Rather, the evidence demonstrates the governance within the community did not necessarily resemble centralized hierarchical structures that Canada appears to be seeking. So the question should not be whether the community mirrored a colonial municipal structure. The question should be whether a distinct Indigenous political collectivity existed and continued to exist. The evidence strongly supports that conclusion. So today, the community already functions as a First Nation government in practical terms. Under the leadership of Chief Helen and community leadership, the community has acquired land, developed governance structures, administered programs and services, supported elders, pursued housing and infrastructure initiatives, and maintained governance despite exclusion from federal recognition systems. The community has built institutions, delivered services, and governed its affairs despite lacking the recognition and funding routinely available to recognize First Nation. The only thing that it lacks is recognition, the support that goes with it. So as mandated by our chiefs in assembly, we continue to help with political advocacy. The community is requesting political advocacy in support of continued immediate recognition of Namaguskagan as a band, recognition that they are a historic rights-bearing Aboriginal collectivity, and into the cycle of expanded evidentiary demands, acknowledgement that the community already functions as a self-governing Indigenous community, and timely political resolution of that process that has now continued for more than 2 decades. The central point is simple: Canada now possesses both the evidence and legal authority required to act. And what I just shared with you is as a result of Chiefs of Ontario talking about the band issue that was resulting from the OFNLP. And I know that that's going to be a conversation after. And at the Chiefs of Ontario, they broadly talked about near bans and their exclusions. But I believe that it's always been the position of the Anishinaabe Nation that you know, it's not our place to say who is and who isn't, but to support the community in these processes. And of course, the reality is that, you know, perhaps others may become scared, or, you know, we lose land or we lose money, but that's really the oppression that we face as First Nations people, right? We pre-contact, we shared land, we shared resources, we shared family. Even Deputy Plain and I somehow are cousins somewhere down the trail, but he's basically looked at every one of our chiefs, and you guys are cousins too. And it talks about how many generations, and that just demonstrates how we are as Anishinaabe and how colonization came in to separate and divide us. And to be fair, my own mom and her family were missed by all the Indian agents and were forced into a community back in the 50s because they lived on the land. They were missed. They chose not to participate, and so her family was added back then. So that's not so much in the distant past. That's very recent, and I think, you know, of course, there has been concern by Chief Pavla, who this assembly, this nation has recognized for many, many years now, that may stop. And so she wanted to make sure that the correct information was coming directly to our leadership. Should this conversation continue on at Chiefs of Ontario or other spaces, that, you know, we continue to stand as an Anishinaabe Nation where we've always stood on this particular matter. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. Do I have anyone else who would like to speak to this matter? Seeing none, I'd like to go to the whereas. Therefore be it resolved. Number one, reject the federal government unilateral determination of our citizens and our nations. Number two, reject the use of federal government recognition as criteria in determining our membership. Reject any calls to remove Namagusagalgan from the membership of the Chiefs of Ontario and the OFNLP agreement. And finally, support the continued recognition of Namagusagalgan First Nation as a member of the Anishinaabe Nation and the Chiefs of Ontario.
I just wanted to add, for anybody who's not really familiar with this community, they actually live in the community as a community on the land. They're not trying to establish a community and move there. They've been there for decades, and without the proper resources, they struggle very, very mightily. But I just wanted everybody to know, if you're not really too familiar with them, they actually do live there in the community on the land. It's a struggle for them because of lack of funding, obviously, but they make the best they can out of what they have. So they have my total support, and I hope the Assembly supports the resolution as well. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. That being said, does anybody oppose this resolution? Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. Chief Pavlo, I see that you wanted to say something. Did you want to put your hand on the mic?
I just want to say thank you. Like I said, we are a community. We're north of here, about 240 kilometers north of here, of Thunder Bay. It's a very small community, but we are there. My mom still lives there. We have elders back home. We have youth, and we have our workers. We have our little health office up there, and it's small compared to probably your First Nations, but we are there. And I'm glad that I can go back and say that we have the Anishinaabe Nation support, and it's not just for me. It's for my members. It's for them, it's for our youth, it's for everybody there. And I just want to say thank you so very much. Miigwech.
The next item that we have is the Anishinaabe Nation not SIP, social media guidelines. The chief that's moving is Chief Kimberly Brissett, and our seconder is, Chief Michelle Solomon is moving, and Chief Helen Pavla is seconding. That's the Anishinaabe Nation Leadership Social Media Guidelines.
I said that Mel should be part of Beaver Clan. He just runs around here working and working. Okay, so so this resolution really calls on the Advisory Council to assist in the development of social media guidelines as a measure to address the often harsh and critical nature of First Nation politics. So that really goes to the heart of this matter. And, you know, as chiefs and councillors of our First Nations, we all know too well, you know, the impact, both positive and negative, that social media has had on us, on our communities, on our families. And so this is very important work for our political office to continue to work on. And you know, developing these processes, I think that by these processes being adopted by Anishinaabe Nation and being worked on at the Anishinaabe Nation, it really supports our communities and following suit, as we can, you know, certainly find ourselves in very violent situations with regards to social media. And so for that reason, I'm moving this resolution, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Pavla, did you want to speak to this? No, you're good. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Grand Chief?
So I just wanted to provide a little bit of extra context that I'm not sure is so clear in this. Just like our preamble, our Gudwe Wangazit Anishinaabe, that was developed and created by our elders. And I believe that they carry, you know, that same wisdom, the same responsibility in correcting us, you know, as Gimok, when we may go off a little bit, or our grandmothers, but to have them help create something that we can apply to our social media sites, but also something similar to our Gudwe Wangazit, our constitution, all the things we've done over time, that our nations can adopt it. And at that point in time, nobody can criticize where that came from. It would be developed in a good way by our Getsijit Council, through ceremony, through long conversations, and in a very Anishinaabe way. So we don't know what the name of it is going to be. The title of this resolution is a placeholder until they are able to come together in a good way, in the way they need to, and take the time they need to help build this. Just like our Gudwe Wangazit Anishinaabe, just like, you know, the different things that we have done. And then once their process and ceremonies are done, we envision that we will have something to present at a Grand Council. I don't want to put a timeline on it, but I want to make sure that they are given the time they need to work on this. And so hopefully what comes out of it is something that we can apply to our social media sites about the conduct that's acceptable and not acceptable, and how do we to behave as Anishinaabe people when we talk about our responsibilities in Gudwe Wangazit Anishinaabe. So, miigwech.
Miigwech, Grand Chief. I also understand that tobacco was given to the head Getset. I just wanted to know if you are ready to speak to this issue now?
Aha. Aha, dan heb ik de reken dat ik koedem. En hem kian koten de go, en ook kost zeggen dat de boy dos zitten gaat doen dem ja. Hebben net over de zingen in doen ba. We kwam kom, schone gan, is niet gaat ik. Hebben wat zijn de namen net door, mijn is de mijn wie doe kwam aan de gag is ook. Kan je maar tang schode kan je want kost kom aan gag is gat sa. Je met dat tot een snave. Mijn is zeggen ja, maar ja, team dat tot in de gamat, en de gamannen. Pågasten i de gane bezote ke makala ke binda ko ato sema mon. We gjen de mat nanga maunje de ate ke makala. A has nangam ne do a ge ni gwaj me go. Ke ni mangi ko ta ja o sema a jus kana ma go. A sabuni ke de tu shin yabang den we. Kain jidan dikket. Ngajang na shim jan sasta wa de mangi. Keni go jet nin mes, go wani gash tu sin up na nashi, ang jet tu chugana. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richard Stenaway. I'm from Manitoulin Island, Nedobanesing from Wikawakang Reserve. Again, it's an honor again for me to be here. And I'll try to keep this short. And I'm not sure, maybe a couple weeks ago or so or more, I was approached by our Anishinaabe Nation council leadership as well. And they offered me tobacco, sema. And what they're asking is there's something going on across Turtle Island, not just in the community where you come from. And I listened what was said and what was asked for. And what they said was this: Richard, we want to ask you if you can help us. Because what's going on is there's so much turmoil, lots of anger, lots of animosity in communities regarding social media. And I listened. I said, no, how? And we planned a meeting with our elders council at the head office 2 weeks ago, I think it was. And they started to talk about it. And they asked me what I thought. No, I said, I want to hear you first, what you think about social media. I said, then I'll jump in there. They didn't really know, but they did come up with stuff. And then I got up, then I laid it out. What's happening is this. We've all fell into a trap. Every single one of us. Through social media. I'll tell you right now, in your communities where you're from, even your workplace, you've been tapped into. And they're listening to everything you're saying. And they're watching everything you're doing through social media. Doesn't matter what platform it is. Facebook, webinar, you name it. It's there. If you really want to learn more about this, I know what they're doing out there. They're so far ahead in technology. And we're right behind them. We're using it. And that's their way to trap you. And there's this organization called the Big Brothers. I don't know if you're aware of them. Big Brothers out there, they work secretly. And if you ever remember years ago, They were talking about on the national news, television, that all these birds starts falling from the sky, landed on the ground. Who do they blame? People. They blame people for that. That's big brothers for you. They're the ones that can control the environment, weather, everything. And right now, they're listening to us. Right through your cell phone. If you ever notice this while you're talking, even your landline, you're going to hear this thing while you're talking. It's going to go tick, 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 tick. They're listening. And they came up with all these ideas to really monitor people. And they came up with this technology, and it's everywhere. It's in our homes. You know your black screen TV? Your big flat screens, 55-inch TV, 80-inch, whatever that is, you're going to have a camera on there. They can turn that on and watch who's in there. Also, on your yard, your front yard, you may find a stone. You may think it's just a regular rock. Hey, what's this doing here? There's a camera put in place there to watch who's coming in, what you're doing. There's even vehicles. If you drive around and you see a housefly in the back of your window, is it a housefly? No. It's a microscopic camera, and it's a fly flying around, listening and watching. They know. They know what we're doing right now. They can tap into the social media. They can tap into woo-coo-coo, they call the owl, listening to everything we're doing. Now, the social media stuff now, it's gone way out of hand now, all across Turtle Island. What's happening is people in our community, our members, are using that platform to put down leadership, belittling them, everything. And you do it right from home. And you get the flack. Over and over and over again. Yes, I can understand your anger. But here's the thing you can understand. You invited that platform. You brought that into your community. So when we sat there and talked about this, what we should do, I threw ideas. I'm not here to change anybody's way. All I want to talk about is this and this. Then it's going to be up to you after that. So these platforms, what I suggested is all the First Nations band offices get rid of Facebook. Get rid of that Facebook page. All the health centers, everywhere. Get rid of that platform. And then chiefs are going to say, how am I supposed to keep posted with the community? What did they do the old days? Post it. Maybe on your website. Or post it at a community center, arena, something. Post it. You know, the old way. This is getting out of hand. And even this technology we brought in, cell phones, that too. Every time we gather, I've watched and I've listened. Every time there's gatherings, not only just chiefs, community too. No one's listening because they're using their cell phones, texting while someone's talking. That's what's going on. So, yes, we hear and we keep hearing talk about what's going on in this world. Epidemic, sicknesses, COVID, all that stuff. Yes, there's also another epidemic, and that's technology. That's cell phones. The children's lives now in people's homes, even your grandkids, even my grandkids. And what's their life now? It's from their mind to their thumbs. They just text. There's no values. And tablets, those are babysitters now. Those are babysitters. What's happening? What are we doing to our own blood? And this is what's taken over people's lives. I also brought up, I even suggested that all reserves, First Nation communities, ban cell phones in all the schools. Ban them all. Ban anything like that. And also, be aware of what's coming, and it's here now. And it's called AI, artificial intelligence. I'll tell you right now, don't go there. Do not use that. Why? It's because you won't be able to use your mind anymore. The way your mind was intended for to use your brain. You're going to let something else take over that. It'll do it for you. That's where this is heading. Get away from AI. Don't. It's going to destroy people's minds. It's going to destroy people's ways of life. And there's more. We didn't cover everything that day. I says, there's a lot more we got to do. Yes, and the question is going to be, well, how do we still control our people in our community if we delete Facebook? They're still going to come to our meetings. There's a way to do it. A very simple way. So sometimes we all get out of hand. Sometimes people will come to you and they'll test you. They'll test your 7 grandfather teachings that you were born with. And you will feel it. As a leader, when you gather your people in your communities to have a chief and council community meeting, you're going to bring up something. And people aren't going to like it, what you're saying. And they're going to start yelling. They're going to start saying things to you. Whatever you do, don't ever lash back. Don't ever do that. If you do, that's what they want you to do. And they'll use that against you. A true leader listens to the people and the leader uses their voice, their thunder voice. And I shared that before. We all know thunders. A lot of people fear thunders. Yeah, they shake houses. Very powerful. They move. But a lot of people are afraid of those storms. But yet, there's also these thunders that are very gentle, very calm and soothing. That's that thunder voice you need to bring out. And speak to the people with that voice, not that thunder, loud, clashing voice. You'll get caught in your own trap. You need to respect them as well, but they have a hard time respecting you, but they'll learn it too as they go along. And this year, social media stuff is getting, like I said, way, way out of hand now. So I also suggested all these platforms, when we gather at the assemblies, no more. No more owl. No more of this on screen. Our leadership to listen from home. You want to hear, want to listen? Start coming here at these gatherings. Be here. Because what's happening now is a lot of people are very codependent on platforms now. That's their crutch. It's becoming a crutch now. Codependency. You know, people don't want to work no more. They want to work from home, they say. Who did that? Government. Government did that. And when they did that, they knew what they were doing. Even during COVID, that was their time to start meeting one another without us even knowing. And they didn't want to meet you because they used COVID. They kept doing what we were doing. What happened to us? We came to a halt. We didn't do our ceremonies during COVID. We didn't do nothing. We need to start now somewhere. And the only way to do this is we have to defeat this technology that's here with us. Yeah, we depend on it. We need it still, yeah, but you got to be careful. You got to be really careful. Down the road, I even suggested this. You know, at the assembly in Thunder Bay, I says, I can have a basket out in the front over there. I can have everybody that's going to attend leave their cell phones in that box. No cell phones in here. To start listening. Pay attention. You know, those are distractions. That's why they came up with this stuff. We have our own way of communicating with one another, and that's sitting one-on-one as family, sharing, talking about stuff freely, right in front here with all our sacred items, and they listen. This here, they communicate totally different than a cell phone. Our leadership pipes that are here, they communicate with our ancestors. Your cell phone is not going to communicate with an ancestor. It's these ones. And we need to be careful at the same time how to move forward. And I'm glad Joe mentioned that we need to start moving forward and start speaking more. And what makes up Anishinaabe? What are characteristics of Anishinaabe? I know of 3 of them. 1 is the land. 2 is the people. And 3 is the language. If we lose one of them, the others will take an effect. And if they're all gone, and our whole nation is gone. That's why, even me, I have to help speak for the lands, the waters, the treaties, the language, the people, the children. We have to start doing it more. Everything. I haven't come across this yet. Will I in my lifetime? Maybe, maybe not. You know, these ones work in the Ottawa. I've never seen a leader, a chief, walk in there with a 1763 wampum, 1764. And all they have to do is lay it out. Here. Everything's written here. No deal. Honor your promise. Honor it. It's written. It's signed. Your people signed it. You're the ones that made the treaty, not us. You're the ones that made that up. Start honoring it. Start doing it. I can go to any community too. And Robinson Huron Treaty Territory. You know this treaty day, every $4? I can go to any community and I'll take a wampum belt there. And I'll lay it out right in front of the RCMP. And RCMP should be standing there. And if I lay it out, I look at the RCMP and I'll ask the RCMP, what is this? What is this belt? You're going to go, well, I don't know. You don't know. You're standing here. You should know why you're standing here. That's what they don't know. They don't understand that. They're just sent over there to go stand there. but they have no clue what that's all about. So we need to do more and start moving forward, but we got to stick together. And yes, we still need to work with government, try to help them understand it too. We still need, you know. So there's a lot more stuff that we haven't really talked about with the Elders Council as far as social media. But that's what I recommended at front of the table. Get rid of all platforms and communities, ban offices, and get rid of your Facebook platform. Health centers, even APS if they have one. Schools, get rid of them. Because people will hop in there and they'll say anything they want. But here's the thing, we can never stop people's words, anger. It'll still continue no matter what you do. But we need to help them understand at the same time. I know a long time ago in history, old chiefs back in the day, they brought community members together. And when the chief spoke, not one ever interrupted while that chief spoke. There was a lot of respect. That's how it used to be. Now it's getting out of hand. We can never please everybody. You know what's making people sick? Is Junior. Money. Money, more and more and more and more. Never enough. That's not only us. It's over there too in the United States. There's Kusaman over there in the United States. Is Kusaman pumpkin? Trump? I know what he is after. You know what he is after? Junior. That's all that's in his eyes. But you know what? No matter how much he looks for, he will never, never fill that void in his lifetime. Never. Never, never. Yes, we do need it. Yeah, we need it. But we got to be careful with it too, because that can become a weapon. It already has. In a lot of communities, a lot of people die over that. Kill one another. Drug world, you name it. So social media, I don't have Facebook. Never have and never will. Because I hear what's going on there. My wife has it. She tells me the news. And every time she tells me something, 98% of that stuff is negative there. All negative. And people feed off that. There's no positive. Rarely you'll see something. And that's what's destroying our communities. That's what's destroying our children. People. Our grandchildren. Our great-great even. That's what's taken over. Yes, it's up to families now to look after that. Whatever they want to do with their children about social media, those platforms. Because a lot of them get lured in there. And we hear it many times in the news how children get pulled in there. Because there's people out there that'll hack that. I've also said this, I'll finish off with this. Nishnawak Nation, you've been tapped. How? Rhonda Cucci knows this. There's a line coming into Nishnawak Nation, a telephone line, that nobody knows what that's for. Not even Bell Canada. They don't even know. You've been tapped. That's why we got to be careful what we say through email. We have to start learning how to code talk now too, to one another, to send messages. That's how Cesar used to do it, the code talk. And we have to beat them at their own game. That's the only way to do it. There's a lot more to share, but little time. So I think I covered probably a lot of it, eh? Council over there, did I cover pretty much most of it? Yeah. There's a lot more we got to discuss. So I'm hoping that the nation here, Council, Gimak, we're going to keep carrying this over, and maybe we still got to discuss more of this stuff, what to do, what communities need to start doing about social media. And I think we'll probably finalize it somewhere and introduce it in the fall assembly. But this year was just 2 weeks ago, and it's still fresh. So there's a lot more we're going to talk about. With that, I'll say miigwech. Ama.
Let's try again with this one. I'm going to go to the therefore be it resolved and speak to the 3 items. Approve the time frame identified from the Getsit Advisory Council to develop the social media guidelines to assist our nations in addressing the harsh and critical nature directed to our leadership. 2, direct Grand Council Chief and the political office to continue to work with Getsit Advisory Council and continue to seek their guidance and wisdom. And 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to report on progress to the Chiefs and Assembly at the Fall Grand Council. Do I have anyone opposed to this resolution? Do I have any abstaining from this resolution? Seeing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. So I've changed the agenda a little bit. We're not going to finish the resolutions. We actually have a guest speaker here. We're going to bring him in first, and that is our OCC, Dr. Dirk. Dr. Dirk. Hooyer. Okay. Please help me welcome Dr. Dirk Hooyer.
The other one after that one, okay.
Good afternoon. Honor to be here with you, and thank you for the invite, Anishinaabe Nation, and specifically the leadership. And a big call out to Leanna and Fred, I'm not sure where they are, the legal team who have been working closely with us over the past 2 years, I think, past 2 years. So my name is Dirk Hooyer. I'm a settler, born and raised in Toronto and still living in Toronto, as people like to say, the center of the universe. I don't like to say that, but there's lots that do say it. And then I work with a number of colleagues who think that north is north of Steeles. And they don't quite understand where I am today because it was a flight, and so they can drive and it takes them that long sometimes to get to Steeles. But I'm here to just briefly say miigwech and hello. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about what we do at the Office of the Chief Coroner and how we are available to work together with you and your nations, members of your community, to help to understand any tragedies that are occurring or have occurred, or also any trends of tragedies that are occurring in your communities. And I'll touch on that in just a minute. So my role in the province they call Ontario is to lead the death investigation system. And our system, the Office of the Chief Coroner and Ontario Forensic Pathology Service, our goal and our purpose is to understand how people died and then learn from those deaths and see if we can inform changes to make things better. And that all sounds pretty straightforward, but it's terrible tragedies that we're always involved with, and so many complexities, and such a long history that may have got to the tragedies that occurred. We are called when something unexpected happens, when something happens because of anything but disease. So injury, drugs, medications, other things that happen, like a car crash, those sorts of things, falls when people injure themselves. And we get called and we attend most of the time. We don't attend all scenes. We'd like to, but we don't always. But we're the lead of the investigation, often together with the police, depending on the police service in the area where people passed. And the first thing that we're trying to do is answer the questions about why the person died. And those answers are for the families. And the family, not necessarily all individual blood relatives, but also family more general is where we're moving to try to ensure that people have understanding, and also to inform communities about any safety issues, and then inform co-investigators about any need to do any criminal work. So that's our first role. Because we don't find fault, and our job's not to lay charges or call people out or hold people to responsibility, that's the police role or others. We take that information that we learned from the person who passed through the learnings about them and try to take their voice and have that voice speak about how to make things different for the future. The other thing that we focus on is collecting information. And that information is not our information, especially in your communities. That's your information. We have that information in our possession. We don't share that with others. That's nobody else's information to have. But we have it, and we will work together with you however you wish within your nations to help to understand what might be happening. And again, I'll talk about that in a little bit more. But we have certain pieces of information that the coroners must collect. And that's to help to understand the journey of where people may have been or where they came from in a description of determinants of health. And determinants of health are different for different people, from different backgrounds, from different living locations. And so part of that is really helps inform where challenges may be. And so one of the things that helps to inform determinants of health is the background of people. And so we've been guided by communities, First Nations communities, racialized communities, other communities that have suffered from marginalization and stigmatization, to ensure that we do collect race and identity data. And so it's mandatory for a coroner to include, if there's somebody the race of the person, and if Indigenous, First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And so that information must be collected by the coroner, and that's one way that we're able to then provide notification. And I thank Anishinaabe Nation and Devin Freeman, Devin Ba's inquest. This is one of the recommendations that came forward. And with further support and guidance from Anishinaabe Nation, we introduced a mandatory procedure. Let me just be a little more frank about that. That coroners must notify chief and the chief of a nation of the death of one of their nation members. And that started in February. It seems to be the coroners are able to do this fairly effectively. a nation, deaths that occur in a nation, but urban, those who are living off nation, sometimes a little more difficult, and the coroners are still learning how to do that. But we've put that into place so that the community knows, and the community can answer questions to their other members of their community, but also to provide the opportunity for support and assistance to the family of the person that may have passed. So that's something that we've changed, and that's something that we think is important. So that's the first part, is get that information and pass that information on to the family about what happened. The second thing is take the information that we learn from the investigation and take steps to try to make things better, to inform change. One way is through recommendations, and we can make those recommendations at an individual loss of a person. So after the investigation, we can do it through inquests, we can do it through broader review processes. All of those can be done, and we really have a variety of different ways to make those recommendations. The challenge is they're not mandatory implemented, nor will they ever be, because that would require legislative change. And frankly, the recommendations, while very strong and informed, at times are not necessarily fully understanding the organizations or the situations that people are in, but we do ask for a response to those. The other way that we can help inform change is by bringing information and data forward. So when there's a certain death type, we ask for a certain set of the same information collected for those types of deaths. So when somebody dies related to substances, we ask what the substance was, we ask how did they inhale the substance or utilize the substance. All of those very specific information so that we can illustrate trends of what might be happening, because as you take, sadly, a number of substance-related deaths, we can look over those and see the trends and patterns, and those can be provided to those who are best to intervene. First time I met Grand Chief was at a session on Manitoulin Island, as it's called, where a number of nations were together, and we were presenting the information about the tragic loss of people from substance-related harm. Grand Chief didn't know me then, but Grand Chief knew a little bit about me and done a little bit of research. Grand Chief had some tough questions for me, and we started off with some tough questions, which was good, because I like tough questions. And then we learned from each other, and we've learned how to continue to do work in a good way forward, walking together. Again, challenging us in a good way, and it's helped to really set the stage for us to continue to grow and change. But it's an example of where that information we're holding, give to you at your request, and in fact, we'll help analyze that. We have a team with data analysts, epidemiologists, who will work together with your community if you want to analyze the information. Again, I know it's tragic and it's terrible information, but we want to take those voices, as I say, and hear them, and to try to help to make change. So that is available if that's something that you wish to do, and then that may be helpful to you to bring forward from a health authority perspective, from a treatment perspective, from a resource perspective. I'm not going to say how it would be, but that's why we do make it available, because it gives some insight into some of the community challenges. And then we do also, as I've talked about, hold inquests, and I'm not going to spend time talking about that right now. Those are uncommon. We investigate approximately, sadly, about 19,000 people that pass per year. And we hold approximately 51 inquests per year. So it's not a substantial number of circumstances, and in around that, we try to use all of the other approaches to try to best answer questions about how people died, but also to inform different initiatives to make change. Very quickly, last three things I'm going to talk about and then open for questions or comments. We have other areas that we're working with. Richard Senaway has been very helpful to help inform us in work that we are doing in the return of ancestors. We have a number of ancestors that have been in our care for many years that decades ago when construction occurred or when people found things about bones, typically, they would call us, we would examine them, we would bring them to us, and we've kept them in our care for many years. And it's something we're working very hard to change, and we're working together with nations to return the ancestors to the ground, and working with nations to return them specifically to nations. We've also changed our whole approach so that we don't move ancestors, our potential ancestors, from their discovery point now, which we used to do all the time. And we make big efforts to stop that, not do that, to the point that while the organization is still learning about that, I'm involved in all of the discoveries. And as it's springtime, there's been about 8 over the past 3 weeks. So we're working, we're making change, and we're going to continue to do that. We also have a team of investigators that work directly with me that are assisting and working together with communities, community-led work on residential school death investigations, where we're seeking records and seeking information about children who don't come home to provide that information to the communities to help to inform any work that they wish to do in that area. And then lastly, where I think is the next handoff, is we really appreciate work, and again, Liana led this work, but there was many others involved, but the legal team led the work of an engagement across all your nations, and many of you participated in those, about the work that we do from the review of the tragic losses of children and youth, and how can we do that in a way that's better. We haven't done well. In fact, we've caused harm. We still do cause harm, I know, at times, and I've previously apologized for that, and to all chiefs, I acknowledge and apologize for the trauma that we have caused in the work that we do historically, and I use that word, I shouldn't say historically, because we still do it at times now, and that we are striving to not do that, but at times it still does occur. But the nation, Anishinaabeg Nation, and your nations have provided us with 30 recommendations, and we've been working together with Anishinaabeg Nation and members of a circle to help to inform us on what we should do and how we should do it. I'm looking across at one of the circle members, and we had a very lively discussion on one occasion, and it was fantastic, right? It was because it helped me to understand, it helped you to understand, and helped us to understand how to do things differently. So, Chi Miigwech for the conversation. I've told that story many times. More importantly, the people who are watching online have told this story, and they said, "Wow, that was a bit tough." And I said, "No, that was fantastic," and it was a great conversation. So I want to say, lastly, and for the 14th time, because I really feel it, Chi Miigwech for all the support, the help, and the insight that you're providing to us. We're going to continue to try to do better. I hope we have, and I hope we continue to do so. So, Miigwech. Oh, and here's the report. So if you haven't seen a copy of the report, the legal department, Liana, has one. You've all got them, it looks like.
Okay.
It's very, very wonderful.
Grand Council Chief. Thank you, Doctor.
Miigwech, for that. Before we go into an opportunity for questions and answers, I just wanted to acknowledge the work the Chief Coroner has led over multiple years. He talks about the child and youth death review transformation that our nation took part in, but I do want to acknowledge our Grand Council Chief from last term, Grand Council Chief Reg Niganabi, who helped start this work. So I don't want to lose sight of that. And of course, our team within our legal department, and of course, Liana for sure. But I also wanted to share that Dirk has helped us and helped Red Rock Indian Band as well in protecting ancestors in a dig that was happening near Nipigon. And I know it's through the relationship that was built previously that our team and Kelsey were able to reach out and really try to strategize around how do we protect these ancestors and how do we help. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge Dirk's office in assisting in the rematriation of Percy O'Nabagon. You know, a child taken from his family from Long Lake 58 and never to come home again. And the family, Claire, was able to find him in Woodstock, Ontario, and Dirk's office helped us support the family and the community through that as well, so Chimigwach. And now going forward, his office has engaged with our nation on proposed changes to reviews of deaths in correctional institutions. We're going to have a resolution later on that's going to speak to some of the gaps that exist, and particularly for our people, but that's later. But I really wanted to also highlight is what Dirk touched on when we first met. Didn't know who he was, looked him up, you know, he's telling the truth. But the incredible part of that, and I think what is very relevant for our nations today, and the way government is functioning, whether it's at the provincial or federal level, they are expecting business cases from each and every First Nation for whatever ask we have. That's the style. In business cases, we need statistics. And, you know, I recognize Dirk and his office and the work that they do for taking care of our dead. That is imperative, a responsibility that we have as Anishinaabe people to take care of our dead as well. What Dirk presented when we met was an aggregated data set of all of our First Nations on Nidom Nising, and the stats comparable to city centers like Sudbury, Thunder Bay, Toronto. And in that aggregated data set, it showed the significant difference in opioid toxicity related deaths in our communities versus even large city centers, very high. So then I got talking to him, because in my brain, I'm like, well, what good is this for my community, right? That's my job right now. And so we talked, and Dirk and I worked together on having his team get our own community-specific data set. And within that, it wasn't just numbers, there was graphs, but it was very descriptive. It was something I shared with my community to help them understand the degree of what we were dealing with and the process that we needed. And in every regional meeting, in every community, you know, we've heard very clearly that this is an issue, and lots of times we don't know where to start. We keep trying different things, and we can never seem to get enough funding. While funding is helpful, we know it's not going to solve everything right here, right now, but it could help support a plan and strategy as to how we take care of our home, because I guarantee in every community, the answer is within your community. It really, truly is with our people, and it kind of makes me think about where our inherent rights come from and how we can talk about that over, you know, many different sectors of our lives. You know, our inherent rights come from our relationship with the land and the relationship we have with our kin. That means we take care of the land, everything attached to that, but also each other. And somewhere along the way, that got fragmented. And for families who, you know, who are experiencing this, which is basically every family in our communities in some way, shape, or form, how do we help heal together, right? So what we used back then was that data to demonstrate the significant impact to our community from evidence, from statistics that could not be argued. And that can be available to your community. You know, maybe we do it for each region, because each region has been asking for land-based treatment for youth, for adults. And Dirk, he puts together this data, de-identified. They're, like I said, demographics, male, female, age, type, for the information that they do have, and they put it together in an easy read document. And then they rank you. And I don't mean ranking as in like who's first place, they rank you comparatively with other cities nearby. So it shows also where almost in a way where discrimination lies, and we can better point it out and address it in a constructive way to bring those wellness pieces back to our community or close by. So maybe that's something that our leadership can consider. I know Dirk is absolutely available and open, and like all of you as chiefs, you know, things happen in your communities. You don't always know every single detail that's going on, so you rely on your team, right? And he has a team, and he just shared that sometimes we don't do things still once in a while, not as, I know Dirk has a high expectation, and when he finds things out, he does address them. But it's, I don't know, it's just an opportunity for you to get that data, those stats, and being able to use that in your business cases going forward in a wellness continuum framework for your community that's, you know, 5, 10, 15 years, because we do know it's going to take many years for our collective communities to get well, but we can start somewhere, right? And we can get the resources to create an informed plan created by community, by consensus, by those who are even struggling to be part of the solution. What do you need? So I just wanted to share that as, you know, potentially an opportunity. I think, I believe that, you know, it's not often someone like Dirk comes around and has this kind of resource available to us. But I also know it's not too often that a chief coroner comes around and he's had a vested interest in our people and bringing that respect to our deceased people and having that care, but also the humility and appreciation and respect that he shares with our some of our Getsujuk Council, our Elders Council, and those he's worked with. We know, and he knows, he works in an imperfect system, a very colonized system, so I do want to acknowledge the work and that you've done, Dirk, by listening to our elders, to our leadership, and really working to change what you can that's within your power. So, Chimigwach.
Your agenda does have 2 speakers to this, and I would like to invite Liana Farr to say a few comments. Following that, I'll open the floor for any questions you might have to our 2 guests, and then we'll go to a resolution on this topic matter. So please help me welcome Liana Farr.
Good afternoon, Chiefs. Waba Benishi, Bisakwe, Dijnakas, Makuminising, Donjba, Mangdodem. I know we're running behind time, so I won't take up. I had a whole bunch of notes that I was going to go over and give you a good, like, big background on this, the Child Youth Death Review transformation, but I think in the spirit of time, I think Chief Coroner Hoyer and Grand Chief have given a good segue, and I'll just touch on a few points. So Child Youth Death Review transformation is really about honoring the spirits of our Abenujiyug, such as Devinba, who had passed and had journeyed home far too early, and also really about prevention. And the Anishinaabeg Nation is leading the path forward in this very important and significant work with the Chief Coroner's Office in Child Youth Death Review transformation. And on, so Dirk had mentioned the report that I've handed out to all of you during the lunch hour with the 30 recommendations on what's needed from an Anishinaabeg perspective in regards to transforming Child Youth Death Review in a meaningful and respectful way. And I just wanted to point out that those recommendations came from and were founded upon the expertise and the guidance of knowledge keepers and child and child and youth well-being experts from all of your communities that came out to our engagements a couple years back. And so I really want to give the props to those knowledge keepers and those frontline workers who work with children and youth, and our Nation Council members as well that came out to those engagements. And that's really where those recommendations come from. So the Nation Council, after the report and recommendations were approved in the fall of 2024 by our chiefs in assembly at that time, we met with our Nation Council members and they advised that we should seek a formal memorandum of understanding to help formalize and guide the work ahead regarding implementation of these 30 recommendations. And we have, with the support of Chief Coroner, have put together a circle. It's a working group of sorts that contains has both Anishinaabe Nation representatives, representatives from the Chief Coroner's office and his team, and Indigenous Justice Division representatives, and we've been meeting together and developing this draft MOU, which is in your kits, and we are seeking your approval and endorsement of this MOU regarding moving forward towards child and youth death review implementation of these 30 recommendations that are so important for a more meaningful and respectful process for your communities. And that's all I'll say, and I'm going to pass it over to our mover, Chief Tainer Simpson, and seconder, Chief Kathy Stevens, who are supporting this resolution. Miigwech.
Leanna is here, as along with the doctor is also here. If there are any questions from the chiefs before we move to the resolution.
I can speak a little bit to this from a historical standpoint. I'm the mover for this resolution. I actually have another job. I run a company that does historical and archival research, and for the last nearly 30 years, we've been working on the residential schools and Indian day schools, as well as the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry. And I was also the lead for the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation's Missing Children Project, Phase 2, where we were tasked with identifying the thousands of children who died at the residential schools. They never received the proper investigations. All of those thousands of deaths should be considered criminal in nature. At the very least, it was a dereliction of duty by the caregivers. And to not have the justice for those thousands upon thousands of children has never sat well with me. It's something that we should have not had that. We now can bring justice to them in death that they didn't have in life. So to see something like this moving forward now, it's a bright spot in something that has been historically a very dark area. I just want to commend the Chief Coroner. Thank you so much for your work that you've been doing with us. Thank you, Leanna, for all of the dedication you've had these last few years on this. So this is something that it's a long time coming. It's hopefully going to move us forward in a good way, in a way that we don't repeat those mistakes of the past. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I just want to say a big miigwech to everyone here, and I'd like to get this resolution passed. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. We'll go to the resolution. Anishinaabe Nation Office of the Chief Coroner MOU for child and youth death review transformation. Our mover, Chief Simpson. Our seconder, Chief Stevens. Chief Simpson spoke to the resolution. Does Chief Stevens wish to speak to the resolution?
No further comment.
Thank you. Any other comments on the resolutions or questions for our Chief Coroner and legal talker? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution, or let it be acted upon that we and the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly approve the MOU between Anishinaabe Nation and the OCC towards implementation of the Anishinaabe Nation recommendations for CYDR transformation. Direct the Grand Council Chief to sign the MOU and to implement any additional signing ceremonies as recommended by Anishinaabe Nation head gets it. And 3, direct the legal department to provide status reports and updates to leadership regularly regarding implementation of the Anishinaabe Nation recommendations for YCDR transformation as guided by the MOU. Are there any chiefs in opposition of this resolution? Do any chiefs wish to register? What's the hell is it? And I forget my word now. Abstention. Thank you, Mayor Chair. No, seeing no abstentions. The resolution, Anishinaabe Nation Office of the Chief Coroner MOU and Child and Family Youth Death Review Transformation Resolution is passed by consensus. Miigwech.
In your packages, you'll see there's an MOU that is going to be looked at, and I know that there's some further discussion that is being had with the coroner, Dirk Hewer. I keep calling him Dirk, sorry. And I know that we're going to speak with our elder as well, gets it. They're going to have a ceremony about this, and as we're moving forward, that'll be the next step. So we're not going to have the signing today, but it is in your packages for you to review. It's under tab 3. Under tab 2. The next 2 items that we have for you are is the finishing off the resolutions, and then we just have the regional chief that's going to have some closing remarks. So if we can get to the next 3 resolutions that are left on our day 1. The next item up is the MCM Cultural Heritage Relationship Protocol Agreement. So that one is moved by Jerry Duquette, and the seconder is Proxy Sherry Crowley. And I'm just wondering if Jerry or Sherry would like to speak to it. Jerry, go ahead.
So just briefly on this, for a long time, we never had a forum dedicated for us to speak on this. And with the movement of Bill C5, or Bill 5, many of our lands will be pushed through, and none of our areas for our ancestors' remains or even our own people that are buried or burial sites will be looked after. This comes to, we have a little bit of experience when I repatriated 7 remains from the US, and just to ensure that they're brought home or our sites are protected. This issue also goes into a little deeper, maybe it's not in here, but with ATR, none of the ATR policy indicates that multiple nations can have a site, because some of our nations, I look to my right with Nipissing, there is a shared burial site at the lake, and we both have members that are in that site. So this is dear to us and to all the nations, that many areas or items might just be pushed through or buried without our consent, and this has to stop. So I just want to give my support to this resolution, and that a committee to be struck to be able to sit there for our nations to be protected.
Now we got Sherry.
Just a correction on my name again. It's Sherry with an I, and I just want to say I have no further comments. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Sherry. Does anyone else have any comments from the floor before I read the final thereas? Okay. Now, I'm going to go to the number 1, direct the Grand Council Chief to work with the MCM Minister in signing a working relationship protocol agreement on behalf of the Anishinaabe Nation that includes the implementation of bilateral tables for addressing heritage and burials matters, such as supporting the immediate needs for addressing heritage and burial, such as supporting the immediate needs of uncovered sites, as well as advocating for First Nations rights in policy and legislation. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation Governance Department to advocate for the protection and return of Anishinaabe Nation ancestors, sacred knowledge, sacred items, and sacred sites to their rightful home communities, in addition to advocating for First Nations rights to cultural heritage management in policy and legislation. And number 3, call on the Government of Ontario to engage with the Anishinaabe Nation on advancing First Nation rights to cultural heritage management and include the protection and return of our ancestors, sacred knowledge, sacred items, and sacred sites to the First Nations within the provincial policy and legislation. Do I have any opposition to this resolution? Do I have any abstainers? Seeing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. The next item I have is the preventing deaths of First Nations peoples recently released from custody. Our mover is Proxy Tim Wawia, and our seconder, I'm looking for a seconder on this, and that is Chief Stevens. Okay, thank you, Chief Stevens. Chief Proxy Tim Wawia, would you like to speak to this matter?
No.
Okay, that was a ka. Chief Stevens, would you like to speak to this matter?
Thank you, Jerry. No further comment on this, I'm sorry.
Okay, Miigwech. So therefore be it resolved, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to immediately advocate for the development and implementation of enhanced culturally appropriate transitional supports aftercare for the First Nations people upon release from custody. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nations to formally engage the Minister of the Solicitor General through written correspondence advocating for increased and sustained funding to the Office of the Chief Coroner of Ontario to address the backlog of mandatory inquests, thereby enabling more time processes for families and increasing the capacity to conduct discretionary inquests. And 3, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to ensure ongoing advocacy pertaining to the opioid crisis meaningfully reflects and addresses the unique needs, lived experiences, and heightened risks faced by individuals recently released from custody. Do I have anyone that wants to speak to this again? I just saw the great Grand Chief move. I thought maybe she was going to pop up behind me. Miigwech.
Miigwech. This resolution, our team is working with Chief Alan Odawa from Red Rock that is also supporting one of his members who lost her son as a result of this gap. And we're actually meeting with her tomorrow. And at a point in time, we want to bring her story to share with the chiefs. But it's really to address the gap. And I don't want to take her story away from her, but the gap is in the sense that if a person is, detained in, for example, Thunder Bay, and because of overflow, they get sent to a facility in Southern Ontario, and somewhere through the system, they get released when there was a commitment to bring them back to their original area. They get released because of a court system, a justice system order, and the police just go drop them off at a bus station. And in COVID time, sometimes buses didn't come for days. And so there's a gap there. And unfortunately, that systemic gap cost the life of a young man. And in speaking with the member, and again, I want to bring her here, likely at the fall assembly as we work with the chief coroner. We have a meeting with him tomorrow and our team. But the legislation as it's written, as we all know, legislation's fairly black and white. And everybody tries to blame each other, meaning the system wants to blame the police want to blame the system and the courts. It's a whole mess. But nonetheless, let's work together to figure out a solution to this gap, because this is not the first First Nations person. And the way the system is right now, it likely won't be the last without some type of intervention or advocacy. And as it relates to the Office of the Chief Coroner, they are strained, and we know inquests are very important, and we know that they have opportunities to do different ones, and there's a lot of serious things happening. We also need to push for that truth to come out for our families, for our loved ones. So I just wanted to just speak to that very briefly. I want to honor the mother I spoke to in the last day and also this morning, and to Chief Odawa and his citizen for bringing this forward so that we can look at how we can support that or elevate to higher levels. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that, Grand Chief. So that being said, we've read that therefore be it resolved. Do we have any opposition to this resolution? Seeing none, do we have anyone abstaining from this resolution? Seeing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. The last resolution of the day is going to be the resolution for First Nation Sovereign Wealth Fund. The mover that we have is Chief Joe Muskokaman, and Chief is not here. Chief Joe Muskokaman. And do we have a seconder for this resolution? Chief?
Chief Kelly LaRocca.
Go ahead, Chief. Did you want to speak to this? Chief
Sorry,
seconding.
I thought Chief Joe was going to speak to it, just to say that I'm in support of it as drafted, and hope that everyone will be along with us.
Okay. Did you catch the seconder?
Mover, sorry.
Oh, you're the mover?
Sorry, I thought Joe was here to speak to it. No.
So we'll have a mover as chief and the seconder. Daryl Grenier from Atikmashig. Proxy. Did you want to speak to this? Okay.
Okay.
Moving right along. No.
Did Joe decide to show up?
Go ahead, Joe. We'll let you speak to it.
I was trying to jump in there for you, Joe, but you're here to speak to it.
Yep, you're on.
Sorry, am I listed as mover on this, or second?
I do have you move. I do have you have the mover, unless you'd like to deflect back to Joe.
Joe can go for it. I mean, it was
Okay.
his originally.
So just, we'll move it back to you, Joe, as the mover.
Sure. So the reason for moving this sovereign wealth document or sovereign wealth fund concept, you've heard me speak about this before, and I've been banging this drum for a couple of years now. And, you know, The current process that government expects us to take, the newest one that has been announced several years ago when Bill C-5 and Bill 5 were announced. There was an Aboriginal loan guarantee program that increased, in Ontario's case, from $1 billion to $3 billion. In Canada's case, it increased from $3 billion to $10 billion. Sounds like a substantial amount of money. What people don't realize is that it's not real money. What it is, it's a commitment to a loan guarantee. And let me draw you the analogy. Your son or daughter wants to buy a car. They have no credit. They just got a job. They have no really guaranteed level of income because they're still on probation, but they need to get to work. So you as a parent go along and say, okay, I'll co-sign that loan for you to the bank. And let's say it's $10,000, just for easy figuring. So you co-sign the bank loan for $10,000. Have you really put any money on the line? No. You put your credit on the line. It's only if your son or daughter fails to pay that monthly payment, then you as the guarantor will have to pay that, make that payment. Who holds the note? It's the bank. And what are the banks charging? Well, depending. If you're a first-time loan person that has no credit, just started a job, your rate is going to be higher. So when you go in as a loan guarantee program, you've got to go to the bank. And let's say Chief LaRocca wants to invest in nuclear, and she needs $1 billion to do that. The first thing the bank will do is say, well, let's look at your audit reports. We're going to go back, we'll look at 5 years of your audit. Well, accumulatively, 5 years of your audit would never make up $1 billion. Well, you don't have the credit line yourself. The risk margin goes up. The percentages go up. And still the government hasn't got any money on the table. And in accounting terms, it's simply called a contingent liability. If you go on to the Government of Canada, or if you go on to the Government of Ontario, and you look at their budget, you will not find $3 billion in Ontario's side as a loan guarantee program, nor will you find $10 billion on the federal loan as a loan guarantee program, because it's a contingent liability. It's only if you fail. So who are they actually supporting? They're supporting the banks. The very ones that we're paying high administrative fees for. Okay, let's go to Infrastructure Canada. Basically same plan. Let's go to First Nation Finance Authority. Basically the same thing. So if you're going to get into the real economy, how can you raise $1 billion? I'm saying that if we create our own First Nation Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have $1 billion sitting at this table. If we want to invest in each other. Another little secret that you may not know about, if you wanted to take that fund and say, let's improve the water within our First Nations, and we'll use that as a loan to our communities to put infrastructure in to support our own development. And you go to the First Nation Finance Authority, by legislation, they cannot loan you money for your own infrastructure. It's prohibitive in the First Nation Finance Authority legislative mandate. So even something that's called First Nations, you can't borrow from. When are we going to stop being dependent on someone else? What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying get rid of the other programs. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there's room at the table for us. And as long as we have some money that we have tied up in trusts, how much is your trust managers from your banks charging you? Go back and look at your audit. A lot. What would that do if we turned those administrative fees over into building our own institutions? It won't start right away. I talked this morning about visionary. But what would that look like in 10 years' time? What kind of opportunities could we provide for our youth in 10 years' time? What kind of developments could we make for ourselves in 10 years' time? Because at the rate we're going, at the way we're going, we'll always be dependent on somebody else's analysis of how we develop. To me, that's too risky. I don't want to be in somebody's pocket. I don't want to be at somebody's table with my hand out. I'm not going to be the beggar on the corner. Not when our resources are at stake. Not when our territory is at stake. Not when our land is at stake. Not when our children's future is at stake. We need, I strongly suggest, I won't tell you what you need, I'll strongly suggest that we plot our own course. There's a reason that they call it self-sufficiency, is that you're self-sufficient. Not self-sufficiency that is a dependent. I think I'm on this path now. I feel very strongly towards it. I know there are a number of other First Nations that want to start. It'll start small, but we've already made contact. We've got contacts on the East Coast with the Mi'kmaqs. They're willing to join in. We got contacts in Alberta. They're willing to join in, especially when Alberta is threatening succession from Canada. We got contacts on the West Coast that are under liquefied natural gas and harbors. They want to join in. There's pockets of us across this country. And I'm suggesting if we started with it in Anishinaabeg, we can help transfer it and transport it to Nan. We can transport it to Alberta. We can transport it to Manitoba. There are First Nations in Manitoba that are willing to speak with us. And we unite together, and that's how we begin to influence the supply chain of Canada. They're doing it right now. They're taking down their own barriers. They had a First Ministers' Conference, interprovincial conference, where they spent the entire time taking down interprovincial barriers. It's time we take down our barriers, take down our guards. Let's start trusting in each other. We call ourselves a family. I believe it's time to invest in the family. Miigwech.
So just confirming, the seconder didn't want to speak to this item either? Miigwech. So therefore be it resolved, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to work in partnership with Chippewa of the Thames, First Nations, and other First Nations. Before I continue, I forgot to ask the floor. Is there anyone from the floor that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, I'm going to continue with the final whereas. Advanced dialogue and information sharing related to Sovereign Wealth Fund, models and governance approaches. Explore potential partnership, investment readiness, and capitalization opportunities. Establish mechanisms to attract domestic and international capital aligned with First Nation values and the ESG, environmental, social, and governance framework principles. Support strategic directions related to the equity partner participation and First Nations economic sovereignty, and position First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund as a de-risked, investment-ready platform for long-term infrastructure, energy, and land-based economic development. 2, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to continue advocating and advancing awareness and dialogue related to the First Nation Sovereign Wealth Fund through an ANEDO forum and economic development opportunities, Chiefs Council on the energy meetings, Chiefs Council on the economy meetings, leadership meetings and regional engagement sessions, strategic partnerships, discussions with Indigenous economic and financial organizations, and economic reconciliation and nation building initiatives related to equity participation and investment readiness. Direct the Anishinaabe Nation to undertake coordinated advocacy, including but not limited to requesting bilateral engagement with Finance Canada and the Privy Council Office, preparing and submitting a formal policy proposal outlining the FNSWF structure, governance, and a 50% carve-out mechanism. Okay. Thank you. So I missed, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to undertake coordinated advocacy, including but not limited to, is that the one I missed? And then the first point is ensuring advocacy for the initiative is supported as an agenda item at the first ministers meeting in the fall 2026. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know that they added this one. Preparing and submitting a formal policy proposal outlining that the FNSWF structure, governance, and 50% carve-out mechanisms, building a coalition of First Nations, Indigenous financial institutions, and national organizations to advance a unified position on First Nations-controlled capital vehicles, and implementing a communication strategy emphasizing economic reconciliation, First Nations governance, and partnership, not duplication with federal initiatives. 4, direct the Grand Council Chief to advocate the governments of Ontario and Canada to formally support the recognition of FNSWF as the primary investment vehicle for First Nations, and that First Nations impacted projects, including seeking direct federal capitalization and or other anchor investments. And 5, direct the Anishinaabe Nation to report back to the Chiefs and Assembly at the 2027 Grand Council Assembly on the progress related to advocacy, engagement, and partnership development, implementation opportunities associated with the FNSWF initiative, federal engagement outcomes, FNSF development, and securing capital commitments and governance arrangements. Do I have anyone opposing this resolution? Seeing none, do we have anyone abstaining from this resolution? Seeing none, this motion is carried. Miigwech. The last agenda item we have is for the Grand Chief. Is she in the back? Oh, she's right here. Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay, we're about ready to close up the day. I'd like to just honor, I've been asked to provide some closing reflections. It's been a great day, and I think with our new format, it went really well. But of note, we have passed 14 resolutions today, and I think that seems to be a little bit unprecedented for one day. So to Matthew and to the staff, who have accommodated our agenda to make it more relevant for the chiefs and the communities, we appreciate everything that you've done. Knowing that we're not taking away anything from the staff and the work that you're doing, we're going to be adding a little bit more and with these resolutions, and we look forward to. You need something? I stand corrected. There's 18 resolutions. So how about another round of applause for those other 4 resolutions? And, as Anishinaabeg Nation, we have resolutions on files and issues that we've been dealing with, issues that we're facing with. But I'm also proud that we've passed some support resolutions, some community support resolutions, and those are the ones that we're going to be looking forward to helping you with your one-off issues, in addition to all of the major issues that we continue to deal with and we've been mandated to deal with. I want to remind everybody that we have our social tonight, a drum social here at 6 p.m., honoring our Gijgat Day, which is June 6th. And just look forward to that social tonight, and want to extend our appreciation to both drums, including our youth drum that was calling us back in. Let's hear it for our drummers today. And to the young drummers, the word around the assembly is you guys were really, really great. You sang strong, you sang together, and everybody really appreciated your attendance here, and I'm sure it's better than a day in school. But aside from that, you're going to learn more around all these great people listening if you do, and but we wish you well on your continued journey around that drum, and we hope that your teachers continue to work with you, and it's a great honor to have such a young drum group here, in addition to the main drum group to assist us in our processes. So you play a very valuable part in what we do here, and we don't want you to be overlooked or thought that you weren't as valuable as you are. Every piece of process and procedure and protocol we do is important to us, and the drum group is that. So we wish you the best going forward, and look forward to you continuing to drum for us over the next couple of days. I'd like to thank the staff for providing us with good meals, and to all of the people who are helping us out here along the way, the resolutions tables, and our assistants from Engage. Everything went, very smooth today, and it's just a testament to the great work that we do, and look forward to tomorrow. So that's going to be it for today, and we're going to have the drum group send us on our way. Miigwech.